Picture a river, not a gentle, meandering stream, but a powerful, relentless current, churning with the force of melted snow and distant rains. This river is the current of your life, the unceasing flow of demands, expectations, information, and events that rushes past you, day after day. Now, in the middle of this torrent, picture a great grey stone. It is solid, stubborn, its edges sharp with resistance. For years, it has held its ground, bracing against the ceaseless push of the water. Every single day, the current slams into it, testing its strength, scouring its surface. The stone does not yield, it endures. But this endurance comes at a cost. It is a state of constant tension, a perpetual battle against the nature of the river itself. The stone feels every impact, every jolt, and with each passing moment, it is slowly, imperceptibly worn down. This stone is how many of us feel. We are bracing against the relentless current of modern life. The deadlines, the notifications, the social pressures, the quiet anxieties that build into a deafening roar. We stand firm, we resist, we try to hold our ground in the midst of chaos, and we find ourselves exhausted, brittle, and slowly eroding under the strain. We feel stuck, rigid, and utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, unyielding force of it all. But what if there is another way? What if, instead of being the stone, you could learn to be the water? The water does not resist. It flows. When it meets an obstacle, it does not fight it with rigid force. It yields. It parts. It embraces the shape of the rock and continues on its path, its essence unchanged. The water possesses a different kind of power, a soft, adaptable, and persistent strength that, over immense time, can carve canyons through the very rock that once stood against it. This is not just a poetic idea. It is the heart of an ancient art of living, a practical wisdom found within the path of Zen. This journey is not about converting to a belief system, but about discovering a set of tools for the mind, a way to recalibrate your own perception. It is about learning to dissolve the inner rigidity that causes so much of our suffering, and instead, cultivating the fluid, clear, and resilient nature of water, finding a profound and unshakable peace, not by stopping the river, but by learning, finally, how to flow with it. To begin this journey of becoming like water, we must first be brutally, yet compassionately, honest about our current state. We must be willing to examine the texture and substance of the rock we inhabit. Before any true transformation can occur, before the ice can even begin to thaw, we need a clear and unflinching diagnosis of our condition. In the Buddhist tradition, this diagnosis is not presented as a pessimistic judgment on the world, but as a profound and liberating starting point. It is the first of what are called the Four Noble Truths, and it is encapsulated in a single, vital word, dukkha. The word dukkha, from the ancient Pali language, is often translated simply as suffering. But this single English word is like trying to capture the entire ocean in a teacup. It is woefully incomplete. To truly understand dukkha is to understand the fundamental friction between our rigid sense of self and the fluid, ever-changing nature of reality. It is the very essence of what it feels like to be a rock in a river. The Buddha, often seen as the ultimate spiritual physician, did not say that everything is suffering. He said there is suffering, there is dukkha in conditioned existence, and that it can be understood and ultimately healed. So let us look at this diagnosis not with fear, but with the courage of a patient who truly wishes to be well. Dukkha manifests in three primary ways, each more subtle than the last. The first is the most obvious, the one we all recognize instantly. This is dukkha, as ordinary pain and suffering. It is the pain of a headache, the grief of losing a loved one, the sting of betrayal, the anxiety of a diagnosis, the simple, unavoidable pains of having a body that gets sick, grows old, and eventually fails. This is the raw, brute force of the river slamming against the rock. It is undeniable, and no amount of positive thinking can wish it away. It is the sharp, acute friction that reminds us of our vulnerability. It is the loss, the failure, the heartbreak. We all know this form of dukkha intimately. It is the entry point for our understanding, the most visible symptom of our condition. But if dukkha were only this, it would be a rather grim and incomplete picture of life, which is also filled with immense joy, pleasure, and beauty. And this is where the second form of dukkha arises, a form far more subtle and pervasive. This is the dukkha of change, the suffering produced by impermanence. Think of the most perfect day of your life, a moment of pure bliss, a beautiful sunset, the laughter of a dear friend, the peak of a great success. There is a quiet, almost imperceptible sadness woven into the fabric of that joy, isn't there? It is the quiet knowledge that this too shall pass. The vacation will end, the friends will go home, the success will fade into memory. Our desperate attempt to cling to pleasure, to freeze the perfect moment and make it permanent, is a source of profound background anxiety. We are trying to hold water in a clenched fist. The tighter we squeeze, the faster it slips through our fingers. This struggle against the natural flow of endings and beginnings is a constant, grinding friction. It is the suffering of knowing that everything we love, including our own life, is in a state of constant flux. Being a rock means wanting things to stay put, to be reliable and unchanging. But the river of reality never stops flowing. The tension between our desire for permanence and the universe's law of impermanence is this second layer of dukkha. This leads us to the third, most subtle and most profound form of dukkha, known as sankhara dukkha. This is the suffering of conditioned existence itself. It is the baseline hum of unsatisfactoriness that permeates our lives, even when nothing is overtly wrong. It is a fundamental sense of incompleteness, a quiet feeling that something is missing, or that things are just not quite right. It is the friction that exists simply by virtue of being a separate, conditioned self. It is the restlessness that keeps you scrolling through your phone late at night, the vague unease that sits with you in a quiet room, the constant, low-grade, striving for something more, something else, something better. It is the deep-seated recognition that any happiness dependent on external conditions is, by its very nature, fragile and unreliable. This is the very texture of the rock itself, its inherent instability, its composite nature that is always subject to change and disintegration. This is the deep friction of being a finite, separate self in an infinite, interconnected universe. The modern world has become an amplification chamber for all three forms of dukkha. Our lives are now saturated with a level of stimulus and pressure that is historically unprecedented. Think of the engine of social comparison. We carry devices in our pockets that show us a constantly curated stream of other people's peak moments, their successes, their filtered beauty, their curated joy. This endless reel generates a persistent sankhara dukkha, a feeling of lack in our own lives, a friction between our messy reality and their polished illusion. We are pressured by a culture of perpetual achievement, where rest is seen as laziness and contentment is seen as a lack of ambition. We are always supposed to be optimizing, upgrading, improving, becoming. This creates a constant dukkha of striving, a friction between who we are and who we feel we should be. We are sold the illusion of control, the idea that if we just buy the right product, follow the right life hack, or organize our lives perfectly, we can eliminate uncertainty and command the river to bend to our will. And when it inevitably doesn't, we feel a sense of personal failure, amplifying the pain. Our entire economy is largely built on manufacturing desire, on creating a sense of dukkha that can only be temporarily soothed by the next purchase. We are made to feel that we are rocks with missing pieces, and that happiness lies in finding the next shiny pebble to add to our mass. To illustrate how we compound our own suffering, the Buddha told a simple, powerful story. It is the parable of the two arrows. A person is walking through the woods and is suddenly struck by an arrow. The physical pain is immediate, sharp, and intense. This is the first arrow. It represents the unavoidable dukkha of life, the accidents, the illnesses, the losses, the painful events that are simply part of the human condition. They happen to everyone, a random and often inexplicable part of the river's current. Now, a second person, upon being struck by this first arrow, might react differently. They might cry out, "Why me? What did I do to deserve this? This is terrible. My life is ruined. I will never recover from this." They become consumed by anger, self-pity, fear, and resentment. This reaction, this entire narrative of grievance and despair, is the second arrow. It is an arrow that the person, in their pain and confusion, shoots into themselves. The pain of the first arrow is unavoidable. It is real, and it must be felt. But the suffering of the second arrow is optional. It is self-generated. The first arrow is the clean wound of pain. The second arrow is the infection of suffering we introduce through our resistance, our mental storytelling, and our refusal to accept what has happened. Most of our misery in life does not come from the first arrow. It comes from the thousands of second arrows we shoot into ourselves. We experience a setback at work, the first arrow. Then we spend weeks telling ourselves we are a failure, that our career is over, the second arrow. Someone speaks to us unkindly, the first arrow. We then replay the conversation endlessly, consumed with indignation and fantasies of revenge, the second arrow. Being a rock is not just about feeling the impact of the river. It is about the internal cracking and complaining about every single impact. It is the story we tell ourselves about how terrible it is to be a rock in a river. This is why the first noble truth is not a message of doom. It is a message of profound empowerment. A doctor who tells you you have an infection is not being pessimistic. They are giving you the most hopeful news you could receive, because a diagnosis is the first step toward a cure. By giving our condition a name, dukkha, and by understanding its mechanics through the parable of the two arrows, we are no longer victims of a nameless, overwhelming force. We can begin to see the distinction between the pain that life brings us and the suffering that we create through our own rigid reactions. We can begin to see that while we may not always control the first arrow, the power to refrain from shooting the second arrow lies entirely within our own hands. This is the beginning of wisdom. It is the first ray of sun on the frozen surface of the river. The moment we realize that our solid state of suffering is not a permanent identity, but a conditioned state that can, with skill and understanding, begin. Finally, to thaw, we have sat, with courage, in the stark reality of dukkha, acknowledging the friction and the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that defines our rigid, rock-like state. To name a condition is the first step, but a diagnosis alone is incomplete. A true physician, having identified the fever, must then seek its source. What is the pathogen? What is the underlying cause that generates this friction, that takes the living, flowing potential of our awareness and freezes it into a solid state of suffering? The Buddha, in his profound psychological insight, answered this question with the second noble truth. The cause of dukkha, he said, is a force he called tanha. Tanha is another Pali word that defies simple translation. It is often rendered as craving or desire, but its meaning is deeper, more primal. The most evocative translation is simply thirst. Think of the sensation of genuine, desperate thirst. It is not a gentle preference. It is a commanding, compulsive, all-consuming urge. It colors your every thought, directs your every action. It is a deep, biological imperative. Tanha is a psychological thirst of this magnitude. It is the relentless, nagging engine of the mind that is always seeking something outside of itself to feel complete, to feel gratified, to feel safe. It is this very thirst that acts as the freezing agent upon the river of our lives. It is the force that grasps and clings, that takes the fluid, ever-changing data of reality and tries to solidify it into something permanent, something ownable, something me and mine. This clinging, this grasping, this freezing is the direct cause of our rigidity and therefore the direct cause of our suffering. To understand this thirst is to hold the key to understanding our own self-imposed prisons. This thirst, this tanha, is not a monolithic force. It manifests in three distinct, though deeply interconnected, streams. The first and most easily recognized stream is kama tanha, the thirst for sense pleasures. This is the constant craving for experiences that are pleasing to our six senses: the sight of beauty, the sound of praise, the smell of delicious food, the taste of sweetness, the feeling of physical comfort, and even the pleasure of agreeable thoughts and ideas. Our modern world is a grand cathedral built in honor of kama tanha. It is the engine of consumerism, the logic of advertising, the very syntax of social media. We are conditioned from birth to believe that happiness is something to be acquired, something to be consumed. We chase the next dopamine hit from a notification, the fleeting satisfaction of a new purchase, the temporary oblivion of a captivating television series. We thirst for the perfect meal, the exotic vacation, the ideal partner, believing that if we can just arrange our external world perfectly, the inner feeling of friction will finally cease. But the deep tragedy of chasing sense pleasures is that they are, by their very nature, impermanent. The delicious meal ends, and we are left only with the memory. The vacation is over, and the return to routine feels even more abrasive than before. The pleasure fades, but the underlying thirst, the tanha, remains. In fact, it often returns stronger, demanding a new, more intense stimulus to achieve the same fleeting satisfaction. It is a self-perpetuating cycle of seeking and disappointment, a constant agitation that keeps our minds in a state of turmoil, forever chasing ghosts on the horizon. This is the surface-level freezing, the constant attempt to grasp and hold onto snowflakes of pleasure, only to find they melt in our hands. Deeper than this is the second stream, bhavatanha, the thirst for existence, for becoming. This is a far more subtle and insidious form of craving. It is not just the thirst for a thing or an experience. It is the thirst to be a certain kind of person, to solidify and perpetuate a particular identity. This is the deep, desperate craving to carve our name into the world, to build a stable, impressive, and permanent statue of me. It is the thirst to be seen as successful, to be known as intelligent, to be respected as powerful, to be admired as righteous, or even to be pitied as a victim. We cling to our roles: the dedicated professional, the perfect parent, the enlightened spiritual seeker, the misunderstood artistas, if they were life rafts in the chaotic sea of existence. This thirst for becoming is the very architect of the rock we mistake for ourselves. It fuels our ambition, yes, but it also fuels our deepest anxieties. When our cherished identity is challenged, when our performance is criticized, when our role is threatened, the suffering is immense because we feel that our very being is under attack. We become brittle, defensive, and terrified of change because any change threatens to crack the carefully constructed statue of our self-image. We spend our lives polishing this statue, defending it from the elements, forgetting that it is just a hardened collection of ideas and memories, not our true, fluid nature. This bhavatana is the profound freezing of the ego, the core of our resistance to the flow of life. The third stream is perhaps the most paradoxical. It is called vibhavadatana, the thirst for non-existence or for annihilation. If kama tanha is the pulling toward pleasure, and bhavatanha is the clinging to existence, vibhavatanha is the violent pushing away of what is unpleasant. It is the desperate craving for a painful feeling to stop, for an annoying person to disappear, for a difficult situation to simply cease to be. It is the voice in our head that says, "I can't stand this anymore." It is the urge to escape, to numb, to obliterate our present experience. This thirst fuels addiction as we seek to annihilate our pain in a bottle or a drug. It fuels our endless distractions as we try to drown out our inner turmoil with noise and busyness. It fuels our anger and hatred, which is a deep wish for the object of our anger to be destroyed. In its most extreme form, it is the thirst for self-annihilation. But even this pushing away is a form of clinging. It is a clinging to an idea of a reality that is free from the current pain. It is a violent resistance to what is. It creates an immense amount of tension and suffering. Just as trying to hold a beach ball underwater requires constant, exhausting effort, it is another form of rigidity, another way of freezing our experience by refusing to allow it to be what it is. It is the futile attempt to carve out a piece of the river and throw it away, not realizing the river is a single, indivisible flow. To see this mechanism of thirst and clinging in action, there is a classic story from the East that is profoundly illuminating. It is the story of the monkey trap. Hunters who wish to catch monkeys without harming them devise a clever trap. They take a coconut or a hollowed-out gourd and make a small hole in it, just large enough for a monkey's open hand to fit through. They place some sweet rice or a tasty nut inside the gourd and then tether it to a tree. Soon enough, a monkey, driven by its insatiable curiosity and appetite, will come along. It smells the treat, reaches its hand inside the gourd, and grasps the rice in its fist. But now, with its hand clenched into a fist, it cannot pull its hand out of the hole. The opening is too small. The monkey pulls and screeches, growing more and more frantic, but it cannot get free. Now, the monkey is not truly trapped by the gourd. There is no physical force holding it there. At any moment, it could be free. All it has to do is unclench its fist, let go of the rice, and its hand would slip out easily. But its tanha, its thirst for the rice, is so powerful, so compulsive, that the thought of letting go doesn't even occur to it. It is trapped not by the gourd, but by its own craving. and so it remains, tethered by its own fist, until the hunter comes and simply picks it up. We are that monkey. The gourd is the world of conditions. The sweet rice is anything we cling to, a possession, a relationship, a status, an opinion, a cherished memory, or even our anger. We reach out and grasp it, forming a fist of attachment around it, and then we wonder why we feel trapped, why we feel so much tension and struggle in our lives. We are trapped by our own fists. We are trapped by our own refusal to let go. Freedom is always available to us in the simple yet profound act of unclenching. The thirst, the tanha, is the force that keeps the fist clenched, that freezes our hand in a state of grasping. And so long as we are grasping, we are not free. We are tethered to our suffering. This second noble truth, then, moves us from diagnosis to cause. The friction, the dukkha, is caused by the relentless, compulsive thirst of tanha. It is this inner engine of craving that creates our rigidity, that builds the prison of our ego, and that keeps us fighting against the natural, fluid, and ever-changing reality of the river of life. We are not suffering because life is inherently bad. We are suffering because we are clinging to it, pushing it, and pulling it, according to the dictates of our own thirst. We have now identified the true source of the infection. We see the mechanism that freezes the water, and this discovery, far from being discouraging, is the most hopeful realization imaginable. Because if the cause of our suffering is an internal process, then the cure must lie within us as well. The question that now arises, full of possibility, is this: can this thirst be quenched? Can this fever be broken? Is there a path that leads to the unclenching of the fist and the melting of the ice? We have stood at the heart of the diagnosis, looking unflinchingly at the pervasive friction of dukkha that defines our state of unease. We have then followed the trail of evidence to its source, identifying the relentless, compulsive force of tanha, the thirst that freezes our very being into a rigid and suffering state. And here, at this crucial juncture, we are confronted with the most important question a human being can ask. Is this a life sentence? Is the fever of thirst incurable? Are we, like the monkey, with its fist in the gourd, doomed to be trapped by our own craving until the very end? It is here that this ancient path pivots from a stark diagnosis to a message of the most profound and radical hope. The answer, offered by the third of the Four Noble Truths, is a resounding, liberating no. There is an end to suffering. This is the truth of Nirodha. Nirodha is the Pali word for cessation or ending. It is the simple, direct statement that if suffering has a cause, then by removing that cause, the suffering itself will cease. If the friction is caused by the thirst, then by quenching the thirst, the friction disappears. This is not a matter of blind faith, but of impeccable, rational logic. If a fire is sustained by fuel, then by removing the fuel, the fire must go out. This is the great promise that illuminates the entire spiritual path, transforming it from a hopeless struggle into a purposeful journey. It tells us that our condition is not terminal. A cure exists. The state that results from this cessation, from this quenching of the fires of craving, is known by a more famous term, nirvana. Perhaps no word in Eastern spirituality has been more misunderstood in the West than nirvana. Our culture has painted it as a vague, ethereal heaven, a place of fluffy clouds and harp-playing angels, or conversely, as a nihilistic, zombie-like state of utter blankness and apathy. It is neither of these. The word nirvana, or nibbana in Pali, literally means to extinguish, or to blow out, as one would blow out a candle flame. To truly grasp its meaning, we must ask, what is it that is being extinguished? It is not the soul. It is not our personality. It is not our capacity for joy or love. What is extinguished is the fire of tanha. It is the feverish, tormenting, and exhausting flame of greed, hatred, and delusion. Imagine your mind is a room, and in the center of that room, a bonfire is raging out of control. This fire is tanha. The flame of greed, or craving, is constantly seeking more fuel, more experiences, more possessions, more validation, always consuming and never satisfied. The flame of hatred, or aversion, is violently pushing things away, burning with the energy of anger, irritation, and ill will, trying to destroy anything that displeases it. And the flame of delusion is the thick, black smoke that fills the room, clouding your vision, making it impossible to see things clearly, causing you to stumble and mistake shadows for monsters. To live with an untamed mind is to live in this smoke-filled, dangerously hot room. It is a state of constant agitation, perpetual risk, and suffocating confusion. Nirodha is the process of cutting off the fuel supply to this fire. Nirvana is the state of the room once the fire has finally gone out. What is that state like? The primary quality of nirvana is coolness. It is the cessation of the fever. Think of the deep relief of a fever breaking, the feeling of coolness spreading through your body after days of burning heat. This is the feeling of nirvana. It is not a hot, agitated excitement. It is a cool, profound, and unshakable peace. When the fire is extinguished, the smoke of delusion clears. For the first time, you can see the room as it truly is, without distortion. This is the birth of wisdom. You can see the nature of reality without the filter of your cravings and aversions. When the fire is out, the frantic, desperate search for fuel ceases. You are no longer driven by the endless need for more and the equally exhausting need to push away. This is the birth of true contentment, a peace that does not depend on getting what you want, but arises from the very cessation of wanting. It is a profound mistake to think that the extinguishing of these fires leads to a sterile or empty existence. The opposite is true. When the toxic, all-consuming flames of greed and hatred are put out, the truly beautiful qualities of the human heart finally have the space to shine forth, unobstructed. When the grasping for self-interest is extinguished, what remains is generosity and loving kindness, known as metta. When the fire of aversion and anger is extinguished, what remains is boundless compassion for the suffering of all beings, known as karuna. When the desperate need to feel happy is extinguished, what remains is a quiet, abiding joy in the well-being of others, known as mudita. And when the turbulent waves of hope and fear are finally stilled, what remains is a deep, profound equanimity, known as upekkha, an unshakable balance of mind that can meet all of life's ups and downs with grace and poise. The extinguishing of the negative is not the creation of a void. It is the revelation of a luminous, positive presence that was there all along, merely obscured by the smoke and flames. Furthermore, this state of nirodha, of nirvana, is not some far-off, unattainable goal reserved for saints and mystics who meditate in caves for 50 years. It is a psychological possibility inherent within every human mind. In fact, we have all tasted fleeting, micro moments of it. Have you ever been so absorbed in a task, playing an instrument, writing, gardening, even washing the dishes, that your chattering, self-conscious mind went completely silent? For a moment, the you who is always worrying and wanting disappeared, and there was only the flow of the action itself. That is a glimpse of Nirodha. Have you ever felt a surge of pure, unselfish generosity? A moment where you gave freely, without any thought of reward or recognition? That is the coolness of nirvana. Have you ever stood in nature, watching a sunset, or listening to the sound of the ocean, and for a brief, perfect instant, your anxieties vanished, and you were filled with a sense of profound peace and connection? That, too, is a taste of this freedom. The spiritual path is not about creating a state that doesn't exist. It is about learning to recognize these moments, stabilize them, and eventually to make this state of cool, clear-sighted peace our new center of gravity, our default way of being in the world. Let us return to our core metaphor. We began as a solid rock of suffering, frozen by the relentless thirst of tanha. Nirodha is the great thaw. It is the moment the freezing agent of craving is neutralized. As the desperate grasping and pushing away subsides, the rigid, icy structure of the ego begins to lose its integrity. The hardness begins to soften. The sharp edges of our opinions and our defenses begin to smooth out. The ice, held together for so long by the cold of fear and desire, finally begins to melt, returning to its true, essential nature. And what is that nature? It is water. Nirvana is the state of having fully returned to our fluid nature. It is the freedom of the river, finally released from its frozen, self-imposed prison. To be like water is to embody this coolness, this clarity, this adaptability. It is to flow through the world, meeting obstacles not with rigid resistance, but with yielding, encompassing grace. It is to have the power not of brute force, but of persistent, gentle, and unshakable presence. The third noble truth, then, is the turning point of our entire journey. It is the declaration that freedom is possible. The friction of dukkha is not our ultimate destiny. The fever of tanha is not an incurable disease. There is a state of profound well-being, clarity, and peace that is available to us. A state that is not contingent upon our external circumstances, but is an inherent potential of our own mind. This truth transforms despair into hope and resignation into purposeful action. It assures us that the monkey can, in fact, learn to open its fist. The prisoner can walk out of the unlocked cell. The fire can be put out. Having now seen the illness, identified its cause, and confirmed, with certainty, that a cure exists, only one question remains. A question that now burns, not with the heat of anxiety, but with the light of profound inspiration. How, what, precisely, is the medicine? What is the map that leads from the frozen state of doubt to the liberated flow of nirvana? What is the path we must walk? We have arrived at a place of profound and potent hope. We have faced the reality of the friction in our lives, the dukkha. We have identified its source as the insatiable thirst of tanha, and we have received the liberating news that a cure exists, that a cessation of this friction, a state of cool, clear peace, known as Nirodha, is possible. The diagnosis has been made. The prognosis is hopeful. And so, we now arrive at the physician's prescription, the final and most practical of the Four Noble Truths. If we are to thaw the ice and find the freedom of flow, how, precisely, do we do it? What is the map that leads from the shore of suffering to the farther shore of liberation? This map is called the Noble Eightfold Path. Before we unfold this map, it is crucial to understand what it is not. It is not a rigid list of commandments to be followed out of fear or blind faith. It is not a linear, step-by-step program where you perfect one step before moving to the next. Rather, it is a holistic design for living. It is comprised of 8 interconnected factors that are to be cultivated simultaneously, each one supporting and deepening all the others, like the individual strands of a great rope that, when woven together, create an unbreakable strength. The path is best understood through our central metaphor. If our life is a river, and our goal is to allow it to flow with power, clarity, and grace, then the noble eightfold path is the practical art of carving the riverbed. A river without a well-defined bed becomes a destructive, chaotic swamp or flood. A well-carved bed allows the water's energy to be channeled purposefully and beautifully towards the sea. Each factor of the path is a tool for shaping this inner landscape, for creating a container in which a life of wisdom and compassion can flourish. For the sake of clarity, these 8 factors are traditionally grouped into 3 essential trainings: the training in ethical conduct, the training in mental discipline, and the training in wisdom. The foundation of the entire path is the training in ethical conduct, or sila. Before we can hope to calm the turbulent waters of the mind, we must first ensure that our outward actions are not continuously stirring them up. We cannot find inner peace if our speech and actions are causing harm and chaos in the world around us. Sila is about preparing the ground, creating a foundation of harmlessness and integrity from which all inner work can grow. The first factor here is right speech. This is so much more than simply not telling lies. It is a profound practice of using our words to heal rather than to wound. It means abstaining from false speech, from slanderous speech that turns one person against another, from harsh speech like insults or verbal abuse, and from idle chatter or gossip that wastes our energy and pollutes the minds of others. Positively, it is the commitment to speak what is true, what is kind, and what is beneficial at the appropriate time. In our modern world, this is a radical practice. It means pausing before we post a comment online, refraining from forwarding a rumor, choosing to speak words of encouragement instead of criticism, and learning the profound power of noble silence. Right speech carves the banks of the river, preventing our verbal energy from eroding trust and creating conflict. The next factor is right action. This involves our physical conduct in the world. At its core, it is the practice of non-harming. It is the commitment to abstain from taking life, from killing any living creature. It is the commitment to abstain from taking what is not given, which means not stealing, but also not exploiting others or engaging in dishonest business practices. And it is the commitment to abstain from sexual misconduct, which means acting with respect, honesty, and care within our relationships, avoiding exploitation and causing emotional harm. Right action is about cultivating a sphere of safety and trustworthiness around ourselves. It is about moving through the world in a way that all beings, human and animal, can feel secure in our presence. It ensures that the course of our river is not carving a path of destruction through the lives of others. The third pillar of ethical conduct is right livelihood. This asks us to look at how we spend the majority of our waking hours, our work, and to align it with our deepest values. It is the practice of earning a living in a way that does not bring harm to ourselves or to others. This means avoiding professions that are built on deception, exploitation, or dealing in weapons, intoxicants, or the trading of life. In a modern context, it challenges us to consider the ethical implications of our career. Does my work contribute to the well-being of the world, or does it perpetuate greed, confusion, and harm? This is not always easy in a complex global economy, but the principle is clear. The spring from which our river of livelihood flows should be pure. To engage in a harmful livelihood is to knowingly pour poison into our own river every single day. With this stable foundation of ethical living established, we can turn to the second training, mental discipline. or samadhi. Here we turn our attention inward to the direct work of taming and calming the wild waters of the mind. This begins with right effort. This is the art of skillful energy management. It is not a grim, white-knuckled effort, but a balanced and joyful persistence. It is a fourfold practice: the effort to prevent unwholesome, negative states of mind from arising, the effort to abandon such states if they have already arisen, the effort to cultivate wholesome, positive states of mind, and the effort to maintain and perfect those positive states. This is the gentle, consistent work of a wise gardener, tending the precious garden of the mind, skillfully removing the weeds of anger and jealousy, and diligently nurturing the flowers of kindness and clarity. It is the steady, patient work of directing the river's current away from stagnant pools and towards the open sea. This effort is guided by right mindfulness. As we have seen, mindfulness is the quality of clear, non-judgmental awareness. It is the lamp that illuminates our inner world, allowing us to see what is truly present in each moment. It is the sentinel at the gate of the mind, noticing what thoughts, feelings, and sensations are arising and passing away. Without right mindfulness, we cannot practice right effort, because we would not even be aware of the wholesome and unwholesome states as they arise. Mindfulness is the quality that allows us to see the second arrow before we fire it. It is the scientist of our own experience, observing the data of our inner life with calm, detached curiosity. It is what allows us to see the river's currents, eddies, and obstacles clearly, so that we can navigate them skillfully. The fruit of this sustained effort and mindfulness is right concentration. This is the ability to collect the scattered energies of the mind and unify them on a single object or point of focus. If mindfulness is like a lamp, shedding a broad, illuminating light, then concentration is like a laser beam, focusing that light into a powerful, penetrating point. This is the deep stillness and stability that arises in meditation, a mind that is not distracted or fragmented, but is calm, collected, and powerful. It is this concentrated, unified mind like the deep, still, powerful center of a mighty river that has the capacity to cut through the bedrock of delusion and see reality with profound clarity. This leads us directly to the final and highest training, the cultivation of wisdom, or panya. With a life grounded in ethical conduct and a mind made stable and clear through mental discipline, we are now able to see deeply. The first factor of wisdom is right understanding, sometimes translated as right view. This is the clear seeing of the nature of reality as it is. It begins with an intellectual understanding of the Four Noble Truths that there is suffering. It has a cause, it can be ended, and there is a path to that end. But it matures into a deep, direct, experiential insight. It is seeing for ourselves the truth of impermanence, the reality of suffering, and the illusion of a solid, separate self. Right understanding is the compass for the entire journey. It ensures that our efforts are directed toward liberation and not just some other subtle form of ego building. It is the understanding that the riverbed we are carving must lead to the ocean, not just a prettier looking swamp. Finally, all of this is guided and infused by right thought, which can also be translated as right intention. This is the quality and the flavor of our inner world. It is about consciously setting the rudder of our mind. The path speaks of three right intentions: the intention of renunciation, which is the intention to let go of clinging and craving; the intention of loving kindness, which is the intention to cultivate goodwill and friendliness towards all beings; and the intention of compassion, which is the intention of non-harming, the wish for all beings, including ourselves, to be free from suffering. Right thought ensures that the energy we cultivate on the path is used for wholesome ends. It is the heart that guides the hand. It is the constant, gentle steering of our mental current towards kindness, clarity, and freedom. To understand the practical nature of this entire path, the Buddha offered a beautiful parable. A person finds themselves on the bank of a vast, dangerous river, the river of suffering. There is no bridge or ferry. The other shore, which is safe and beautiful, represents nirvana. The person, being wise, does not despair. They gather materials from their own shore branches, vines. Reed sand skillfully constructs a raft. This raft is the noble eightfold path. Using the raft, pushing with their hands and feet, they paddle safely across the dangerous waters and arrive on the far shore. Now, the Buddha asked, what would a wise person do? Would they, out of attachment to the raft that saved them, hoist it onto their shoulders and carry it with them on their land journey? Of course not. A wise person would express their gratitude, pull the raft ashore, and leave it there for others to use, continuing their journey unburdened. The path is a tool. It is supremely practical and utterly essential for the task of crossing from suffering to freedom. But it is not a dogma to be worshipped, not a set of beliefs to be clung to as an identity. It is a pragmatic, skillful means to a glorious end. It is the very art of carving the riverbed of our lives, transforming our existence from a chaotic, painful, and muddy flood into a deep, clear, powerful river, flowing with unstoppable grace towards the boundless ocean of peace. We have now been given the map, the Noble Eightfold Path, a comprehensive set of tools for carving a riverbed in our lives that will guide us toward peace. We have the tools for shaping our conduct, for disciplining our minds, and for cultivating wisdom. But as we begin this profound work of inner engineering, we inevitably encounter the single, largest, most stubborn, and most deeply embedded obstacle in the entire river. It is a vast and ancient boulder that our current has flowed around for our entire lives, a mass so familiar that we have mistaken it for the very source of the river itself. This boulder is our sense of self, our ego, our deeply ingrained conviction that inside this body and mind there resides a permanent, independent, and solid I. The most radical and liberating teaching of this path, the insight that the concentrated mind is designed to uncover, is that this boulder is an illusion. This is the teaching of anatta, or no self. Let us pause here, because for many, this is the most challenging and frightening concept in all of spiritual inquiry. The idea of no self can feel like a declaration of our own annihilation, a cold, nihilistic verdict that we do not exist. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta is not a metaphysical denial of your existence. You are clearly here, breathing, hearing these words, living a life. Anatta does not mean that you are nothing. It means that you are not a thing. The I that you believe yourself to be is not a static noun, but a dynamic, flowing verb. It is a process, a confluence of energies, a constantly changing pattern, much like a river. The teaching of no self is the ultimate invitation to stop identifying with the rigid, isolated boulder and to finally recognize our true nature as the flowing, interconnected water. To grasp this, we must turn to one of the most famous dialogues in Buddhist literature, a conversation between the humble monk Nagasena and the powerful Indo-Greek king, Milinda. The king, a brilliant intellectual and a man accustomed to command, approached Nagasena and, after the customary greetings, asked the monk his name. Nagasena replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was merely a convenient designation, a name in common use, for no permanent, individual person could be found. King Milinda, a master of debate, saw a contradiction. He challenged the monk, Venerable Nagasena, if no person can be found, then who is it that wears these robes and accepts the food, shelter, and medicine you are given? Who is it that meditates or studies? If I were to kill you, there would be no murder. You have spoken falsely. The king then began to deconstruct the monk with relentless logic. Is your hair Nagasena? No. Your Maester. Are your nails, your teeth, your skin, your muscles, your bones Nagasena? To each question, the monk calmly replied, No, your Majesty. The king pressed on. Is your body Nagasena? Are your feelings, your perceptions, your thoughts? Is your consciousness Nagasena? Again and again, the answer was, No, your Majesty. The king, believing he had cornered the monk, declared victory. Nagasena does not seem to exist at all. But then, with quiet composure, Nagasena turned the tables. He asked the king how he had arrived. The king replied that he had come by chariot. Excellent, said Nagasena. Then please, your Majesty, explain to me what a chariot is. He began to mirror the king's own line of questioning. Is the long pole of the chariot the chariot? No, venerable sir, the king replied. Is the axle the chariot? Number. Are the wheels, the frame, the ropes, the yoke, or the goad the chariot? To each question, the king had to answer, Number. Nagasena continued. Then is the chariot all of these parts put together in a heap? No, venerable sir. Then is the chariot something separate and apart from all of these parts? Again, the king had to concede. Number. Nagasena then delivered the profound insight. Your Majesty, you have said that you arrived by chariot, but when I ask you to explain it, you cannot find it. Chariot is simply a convenient name, a designation we give when the pole, the axle, the wheels, and all the other parts are assembled in a particular way. It has no separate, inherent existence of its own. When the parts are disassembled, the chariot vanishes, though the components remain. In just the same way, Nagasena concluded, what we call Nagasena is merely a convenient label for the temporary coming together of the body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness. In an ultimate sense, no permanent person can be found. This deconstruction of the chariot is a perfect map for deconstructing our own sense of self. The Buddha analyzed our being into 5 main components, known as the 5 aggregates or skandhas. These are the parts of our personal chariot. The first aggregate is form, or rupa. This is our physical body, the flesh, blood, and bone. It is the wheels, the frame, and the axle of the chariot. We often identify strongly with our bodies, yet it is obvious that they are in a constant state of flux. The body you have today is not the same body you had 7 years ago. Its cells have almost entirely been replaced. It gets sick, it gets injured, it ages, it changes from moment to moment. It is impermanent and dependent on food, water, and air. To claim this ever-changing collection of biological matter as a permanent, unchanging me is clearly a mistake. The second aggregate is feeling, or vedana. This refers to the raw sensations that arise whenever our senses make contact with the world. These are categorized as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. A gentle breeze is pleasant. A loud, sudden noise is unpleasant. The feeling of your clothes on your skin might be neutral. These feelings are like the bumps and smooth stretches of road the chariot travels over. They are fleeting, arising, and passing away in a fraction of a second. We spend our lives chasing the pleasant, and fleeing the unpleasant. Yet to identify with these ephemeral sensations as me or mine is to build our house on shifting sand. The third aggregate is perception, or sanya. This is the mental faculty that recognizes, identifies, and labels our experience. It's the process that sees a collection of colors and shapes and says, that is a tree, or hears a particular vibration of sound and says, that is an insult. It is the chariot driver's function of recognizing the road signs. Our perceptions are deeply conditioned by our past experiences, our culture, and our language. They are not a pure window onto reality. Two people can perceive the exact same event in completely different ways. Perceptions are unreliable, conditioned, and constantly changing. They cannot be the core of a stable, permanent self. The fourth aggregate is the most complex: mental formations, or sankhara. This vast category includes all of our habits, biases, opinions, beliefs, memories, desires, aversions, and all our volitional impulses. These are all the habits and tendencies of the chariot driver, the way he tends to pull the reins to the left, his fear of certain roads, his preference for others. This is the home of the second arrow. Our personality, our character, our neuroses, they all reside here. But every single one of these mental formations is learned. They are conditioned patterns, created by our past actions and experiences. Since they are learned, they can be unlearned. They are malleable, not essential. To identify with our opinions or habits as a solid self is to mistake the driver's conditioned tendencies for his very being. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness, or vijnana. This is the fundamental capacity of awareness itself, the light that allows the entire scene to be known. It is the raw awareness of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. It may seem that this, surely, must be the real me, but consciousness, too, is shown to be dependent and impermanent. Seeing consciousness depends on having a functioning eye and an object to be seen. Hearing consciousness depends on an ear and a sound. Thinking consciousness depends on a brain and a thought. Each type of consciousness arises in dependence upon conditions, and when those conditions cease, it ceases. It is like the light of a lamp carried by the chariot driver. The light illuminates the path, but it is not a permanent entity. It is a process that depends on the lamp, the fuel, and the air. When we look deeply, using the tools of mindfulness and concentration, we see that we are just like King Milinda's chariot. We are a process, a convention, a useful name given to the dynamic interplay of these five changing aggregates. And the realization of this is not terrifying. It is the ultimate liberation. As long as we believe we are a solid, separate rock, we live in constant fear. We fear criticism because it chips away at our boulder. We fear failure because it cracks our boulder. We fear aging and sickness because they erode our boulder. And we fear death because it threatens to smash our boulder to pieces. We spend our entire lives anxiously defending and polishing this illusory rock. But when we see, in our own direct experience, that there is no rock to defendingly, the flowing, changing river of the five aggregates, the fear, loses its power. What is there to defend? Who is it that is being threatened? Seeing our own nature as a process allows us to see others in the same way. Their anger is not them. It is a conditioned mental formation. Their ignorance is not them. It is a temporary cloud of perception. This insight is the very wellspring of compassion. It is the key that unlocks the prison of the ego allowing us, finally, to stop being the rock and to embrace our true, magnificent, and fluid nature as the water itself. We have just undertaken a profound deconstruction, using the intellect to take apart the chariot of the self and see that it is made only of changing components. We have heard the argument that we are not a solid, permanent rock, but a flowing process of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. But an intellectual understanding, no matter how brilliant, is like reading a detailed menu instead of tasting the food. It is a map, not the territory itself. The question remains, how do we move from intellectually agreeing with this idea to experiencing its truth directly in the fabric of our own lives? How do we witness, in real time, the illusion of the solid self as it arises and passes away? The answer lies in the cultivation of the single most essential skill on this entire path. It is the seventh factor of the Eightfold Path, and it is the master tool for all inner transformation. It is the practice of right mindfulness, or sati. Mindfulness is a word that has become immensely popular, and with that popularity has come a great deal of confusion. So let us begin by being very clear about what mindfulness is and what it is not. The Pali word, sati, carries the meaning of to remember. This is a crucial clue. Mindfulness is the practice of remembering to return, remembering to come back to the present moment, again and again, whenever we have been carried away by the currents of thought. It is the gentle, sustained, and non-judgmental awareness of our experience, exactly as it is, right here, right now. It is not, as is so often assumed, a practice of emptying the mind or stopping our thoughts. To try and stop your thoughts is like trying to command the river to stop flowing. It is an act of violence against your own nature, and it only creates more tension, more friction. The river of the mind will always flow with thoughts, memories, and plans. That is its nature. Mindfulness does not ask you to stop the river. It simply invites you to change your relationship to it. For most of our lives, we are not just in the river, we are the river. We are swept away by every current, tossed about by every eddy. A thought of anger arises, and we are anger. A wave of anxiety crashes over us, and we are anxiety. A log of painful memory floats by, and we are clinging to it for dear life, being dragged downstream into old sorrows. We are so identified with the contents of our minds that we have no perspective, no freedom. We are perpetually soaked, disoriented, and at the mercy of the current. The practice of mindfulness is the simple, radical, and profoundly healing act of gently, intentionally, stepping out of the water and taking a seat on the riverbank. From this stable, grounded position on the bank, we can now, for the first time, simply watch the river of our experience flow by. We can observe the angry thought as a dark log floating past. We can feel the wave of anxiety rise, crest, and pass away. We can acknowledge the log of memory without having to grab onto it. We are the calm, curious, and compassionate observer of the river, not a helpless victim within it. This simple shift in perspective, from being in the river to watching it from the bank, is the birth of freedom. It creates a space, a sacred pause, between our awareness and our experience. And in that space, liberation is found. Another powerful way to understand this is to see your mind's true nature as a vast, open, and boundless blue sky. Your thoughts, feelings, and sensations are simply the weather. They are the clouds that drift through the sky. Some days, the clouds are white, light, and fluffy. These are our moments of joy, inspiration, and peace. On other days, the clouds are dark, heavy, and full of thunder and lightning. These are our moments of rage, grief, and despair. Our habitual mistake is that we forget we are the sky and believe we are the weather. When a dark cloud appears, we think, "I am angry." We contract around the storm cloud, believing it is our entire identity. Mindfulness is the practice of remembering that we are the sky. It is learning to rest in our vast, sky-like awareness and to allow the clouds, light or dark, to simply pass through. No storm, no matter how violent, can ever stain or harm the sky itself. By learning to abide as the sky, we can experience the full range of life's weather with an unshakable equanimity. This may sound wonderful in theory, but how do we actually do it? The practice begins with an act of profound simplicity, paying attention to your own breath. The breath is the perfect anchor to the present moment. It is always with you, from the moment you are born to the moment you die. It is always happening right now. You cannot breathe in the past or in the future, and it is relatively neutral, a simple, rhythmic process. To begin, you find a comfortable and dignified posture, either sitting on a cushion, on the floor, or sitting upright in a chair. You don't need to be rigid like a soldier, but also not slumped over. The posture itself is an expression of wakefulness. You can gently close your eyes or leave them softly open with a downward gaze. And then, you simply bring your attention to the physical sensations of breathing. You might choose to feel the air passing in and out of your nostrils, the coolness on the in-breath, the warmth on the out-breath, or you might rest your attention on the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen. You don't need to control the breath, or change it, or make it deeper. Just let the body breathe itself, and let your only job be to feel it. Now comes the most important instruction in all of meditation. Within a few seconds, or maybe a minute if you are lucky, your mind will wander. It will be carried away by a thought, a memory, a plan, a sound, a fantasy. This is not a mistake. This is not a sign that you are a bad meditator. This wandering is the natural, predictable activity of the mind. The moment you realize, "Oh, my mind has wandered," that moment of realization is the moment of mindfulness. That is the moment of waking up. And what do you do when you wake up and find yourself lost in thought? You don't scold yourself or get frustrated. You simply, gently, and kindly acknowledge where the mind went thinking, planning, and then you softly guide your attention back to the feeling of the breath, and you begin again. This process will repeat itself dozens, perhaps hundreds of times in a single sitting. The practice is not about staying on the breath perfectly. The practice is the gentle, patient, and compassionate act of returning over and over again. Each time you return to the breath, you are strengthening the muscle of attention. Each time you return with kindness instead of judgment, you are rewiring your brain for compassion. This is a bicep curl for the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus and emotional regulation. As the practice develops, you can start to widen the scope of your awareness. You can open your attention to include all the sensations in your body, the feeling of pressure where you are sitting, an itch on your nose, a warmth in your hands. You can open your awareness to include sounds, simply letting them be sounds, without needing to label them or judge them as pleasant or unpleasant. Eventually, you can even begin to watch the thoughts and emotions themselves from the riverbank, seeing them as just another type of cloud passing through the sky of your mind. You see anger arise, you feel its heat in your body, you watch it intensify, and then, eventually, you watch it pass away, all without being swept away by it. The fruits of this seemingly simple practice are transformative. On a basic level, it dramatically reduces stress. because you stop adding the second arrow of judgment and rumination to every painful experience. It powerfully increases your ability to focus and concentrate in all areas of your life. But its most profound benefit is the creation of what Viktor Frankl called the space between stimulus and response. In our normal, unmindful state, something happens, a stimulus, and we react instantly, automatically, out of our deep conditioning. Someone cuts us off in traffic, and rage is the instant response. We feel a flicker of anxiety, and our instant response is to grab our phone and start scrolling. There is no space, no freedom. Mindfulness creates that space. The stimulus happens, but because we are watching from the riverbank, we have a sacred pause. In that pause, we have a choice. We can see the anger arising and choose not to act on it. We can feel the anxiety and choose to meet it with a calming breath instead of a distraction. In that space lies all our power, all our growth, and all our freedom. It is how we stop being a puppet of our past and become the conscious author of our future. Mindfulness, then, is not another task to add to your to-do list. It is a radical act of love. It is the gentle, courageous art of showing up for your own life, moment by moment. It is the essential skill that makes the entire path possible, allowing us to see the truth of anatta, to catch dharma as it arises, and to live our days with increasing wisdom and compassion. It is the simple, profound act of sitting on the bank and finally getting to know the beautiful, wild, and sacred river of our own being. With the gentle art of mindfulness, we have learned to step out of the turbulent river of our thoughts and emotions and to take a seat on the bank as a calm and curious observer. We have found the freedom that comes from no longer being swept away by every current. This is a monumental first step, but as we sit on that bank and watch the water of our own mind flow by, we often notice something else. We notice that the water is not clear. It is murky, churned up with the sediment of our daily anxieties, our restless planning, our old resentments, and our habitual patterns of thinking. To see into the depths of the river, to understand its true nature, mere observation is not enough if the water itself is opaque. And so, the path now introduces a practice that works hand in hand with mindfulness. It is a practice designed to allow the water to become still, so that the mud can settle, revealing the profound clarity that lies beneath. This is the practice of concentration, of meditation, known as samadhi. It is essential to understand the beautiful, complementary relationship between mindfulness, sati, and concentration, samadhi. They are often spoken of as two wings of a bird. Both are necessary for flight. Mindfulness, as we've explored, is an open, receptive awareness. Its quality is like a wide-angle lens, taking in the whole landscape of the present moment without getting fixated on any one thing. Mindfulness is the wise gatekeeper of the mind who impartially notices everyone who comes and goes. Concentration, on the other hand, is a more focused, directed energy. Its quality is like a powerful zoom lens or even a laser beam. It is the skill of intentionally placing the mind on a single object and training it to remain there, stable and unwavering. While mindfulness is what notices that the mind has wandered away, concentration is the mental muscle, strengthened through practice, that gives us the ability to keep the mind where we want it. Mindfulness provides the wisdom to see what's happening, and concentration provides the stability and power to stay present with it, allowing us to see it more deeply. The most potent metaphor for the practice of samadhi is that of a glass of muddy water. Imagine you take a jar and fill it with water from a rushing, muddy river. The jar is your mind, The water is your awareness, and the mud, the silt, the sediment is all the mental chatter, the agitation, the emotional turmoil that clouds your perception. As long as you keep shaking that jar, as we do in our normal, restless lives, the water will remain hopelessly brown and opaque. You cannot see through it. You cannot know its true, clear nature. Now, what is the most effective way to make the water clear? You do not try to reach in and force the particles of mud to the bottom. You do not try to invent some complex filter to strain them out. The method is exquisitely simple. You place the jar on a stable, level surface, and you let it be still. You protect it from being shaken. And then, through the simple, natural law of gravity, the heavy particles of sediment, of their own accord, begin to settle. Slowly, patiently, without any force on your part, the mud drifts to the bottom of the jar, leaving the water above it perfectly, brilliantly clear. This is the very essence of concentration practice. We are not fighting our minds. We are not suppressing our thoughts. We are simply creating the conditions of inner stillness. We choose a single, neutral object, like the physical sensation of the breath as our stable surface. We place the jar of our mind there, and we practice letting it rest. Each time we get caught up in a storm of thought, each time we start mentally shaking the jar, mindfulness notices it, and we gently, kindly, return the jar to its resting place. Over time, the coarse sediment of our most agitated thoughts begins to settle. Then, the finer silt of subtle restlessness begins to settle. What remains is the natural, intrinsic clarity of the mind itself. And what is the quality of this clear water, this state of samadhi? It is certainly not an empty, lifeless void. In fact, it is imbued with profoundly positive qualities. The first is a deep and abiding peace. The constant internal chatter that forms the background static of our lives begins to fade. The relentless voice of the inner critic grows quiet. There is a sense of coming home, of profound rest, a release from the exhausting work of constantly thinking, planning, and worrying. Arising from this peace, a subtle and nourishing joy, known in Pali as piti, can begin to permeate the mind. This is not the loud, excitable happiness that comes from getting something we want in the outer world. It is a quiet, inner effervescence, a sense of well-being that arises simply from the mind being unburdened and at ease with itself. The clear water is not empty. It is alive with a quiet, radiant stillness. And crucially, this clear, still mind is a powerful instrument. Just as clear water allows you to see the riverbed below, a clear mind allows you to see the nature of your own reality with unprecedented insight. It is this concentrated mind that has the power to penetrate the surface of things and directly experience the truths of impermanence and no-self that we have been exploring. Another classic story illustrates the process of cultivating samadhi. It is the parable of taming a wild elephant. In ancient India, a newly captured wild elephant represented the untamed human mind. Powerful, intelligent, but also chaotic, dangerous, and driven by fear and instinct. To tame this elephant, a trainer would use three things. The wild elephant is our mind. The second tool is a very strong rope. This rope is mindfulness, sati, the faculty that allows us to connect with our wild mind. The third tool is a large, sturdy post, driven deep into the ground. This post represents our object of meditation, our anchor, such as the breath. The trainer's first job is to tie the wild elephant to the sturdy post with the rope. At first, the elephant is furious. It trumpets with rage, It pulls and strains against the rope, trying with all its might to break free and run back to the jungle of its habitual thoughts. This is exactly like the beginning stages of meditation. The mind rebels. It feels constrained. It floods us with restlessness, boredom, and 1,000 reasons why we should stop. The elephant struggles for hours, or even days, until it is utterly exhausted. The wise trainer doesn't fight the elephant. He simply makes sure the rope is strong and the post is firm, and he waits. Eventually, the elephant realizes that its struggle is futile and only causes it more pain. It gives up the fight, and for the first time, it lies down to rest by the post. This is a breakthrough moment in our practice, when the mind finally relinquishes its resistance and begins to find a sense of ease in stillness. Over time, the elephant becomes so comfortable and familiar with the post that it feels completely safe there. Its trust in the trainer grows. At this point, the elephant is considered tamed, and its immense power and intelligence can be channeled for useful and noble work. Our mind, once tamed through the patient practice of concentration, ceases to be a source of destruction and becomes our greatest ally, a tool of incredible power for the work of insight and compassion. The practice of letting the mud settle, of taming the elephant, requires immense patience and a gentle, consistent touch. Each meditation session is an opportunity to place the jar down, to tie the elephant to the post. There will be days when the water is exceptionally muddy, when the elephant is particularly rebellious. On these days, our task is not to become frustrated or to judge ourselves as failures. To get angry at the mud is to shake the jar. To get angry at the elephant is to make it wilder. The practice is to meet the turmoil with an unwavering kindness, a compassionate acceptance, and to simply, gently, return again to the breath, return again to the post. This gentle returning is the path. It is the slow, steady cultivation of a mind that is both relaxed and vigilant, both peaceful and powerful. While mindfulness is the wise observer on the bank, concentration is the deep magic that allows the river's waters to become so clear and so still that they perfectly reflect the sky above and reveal the hidden treasures on the riverbed below. It is the essential preparation for the deep seeing that leads to final liberation. We have begun to assemble a powerful set of inner tools. With mindfulness, we have learned to sit on the riverbank and observe the flow of our experience. With concentration, we have learned to allow the muddy water of our mind to settle, revealing a new depth of clarity and stillness. Now, with these sharpened instruments of awareness in hand, we turn our attention from the general process of the mind to the specific, concrete challenges of our modern lives. We begin to apply this ancient wisdom to the great causes of suffering in our world today. And there is perhaps no greater or more pervasive source of dukkha in our culture than our deeply troubled and compulsive relationship with the material world. We will now turn the clear, focused light of our practice onto the vast, alluring, and ultimately hollow temple of materialism. Our society is built upon a single, foundational promise that happiness, fulfillment, and identity can be purchased. From the moment we are born, we are immersed in a sea of messages telling us that we are incomplete, that we are lacking, and that the cure for this fundamental unease is the next acquisition. The car will bring you freedom. The watch will bring you status. The new phone will bring you connection. The right clothes will bring you admiration. This is the engine of consumerism, and it is fueled by the very thirst, the tanha, that we have identified as the root of all our suffering. It is a system designed to constantly generate a sense of lack, a friction between who we are and who we could be, if only we owned the right things. It relentlessly stimulates both the thirst for sense pleasures, the endless chase for newer, shinier, more stimulating objects, and the thirst for becoming, the deep craving to construct an identity as a successful, desirable, and enviable person through the things we display. We are taught to build the fortress of our ego, not with inner qualities, but with external possessions. The tragic irony is that this pursuit, far from leading to lasting happiness, becomes a source of profound and heavy burdens. Imagine you are setting out on a long and beautiful journey. You begin with your pockets empty, your spirit light, but along the way, you begin to pick up attractive-looking pebbles. Here is a pebble of status, a shiny new car. You put it in your pocket. Here is a pebble of entertainment, a large screen television. Into the pocket it goes. Here are pebbles of fashion, pebbles of technology, pebbles of home decor. Each one seems desirable on its own, a small and reasonable acquisition. But over the course of a lifetime, the pebbles accumulate. Your pockets begin to sag. Your shoulders begin to ache. Soon, you are carrying an immense weight, and the journey that was once joyful has become an exhausting, laborious haul. You spend more time worrying about your pebbles, polishing them, and comparing them to others' pebbles than you do enjoying the scenery of the journey itself. This is the reality of materialism. Each object that we grasp and cling to adds another pebble to our psychic burden. Let us examine the weight of these pebbles more closely. First, there is the weight of worry. The moment you declare something as mine, you introduce the fear of its loss. You worry about the new car getting scratched, the expensive phone being stolen, the beautiful house being damaged. The object that was meant to bring you pleasure now becomes a source of low-grade, persistent anxiety. You are no longer just a person. You are now the anxious guardian of your possessions. Second, there is the weight of comparison and discontent. The satisfaction of a new acquisition is fleeting. The moment you drive your new car off the lot, your mind is already being seeded with advertisements for next year's model, which has features yours lacks. The joy of ownership is quickly replaced by the dukkha of wanting the next, better thing. Your possession becomes a benchmark for a new level of desire, locking you into a perpetual cycle of striving and dissatisfaction. Third, there is the sheer weight of maintenance. Our possessions demand our time, our energy, and our money. They must be cleaned, repaired, insured, and organized. The large house requires endless upkeep. The dozens of outfits require washing and storing. The complex gadgets require updates and troubleshooting. We believe we are the masters of our things, but so often we become their servants, our precious life energy diverted into the care and feeding of inanimate objects. And finally, there is the heaviest weight of all, the weight of a mistaken identity. When we fuse our sense of self with our possessions, we chain our well-being to things that are, by their very nature, impermanent. Everything you own will one day break, decay, or be lost. To build your identity on something that is guaranteed to disappear is to build your house on a crumbling cliff edge. It is to live in a state of profound insecurity. This is the deep truth in the saying, whatever you own also owns you. Your possessions own a piece of your peace of mind. They own a portion of your attention. They own a share of your freedom. The Buddhist path offers a radical alternative, but it is not what most people think. The path is not one of forced, grim asceticism. It does not demand that you get rid of all your possessions and live in a cave, unless you freely choose a monastic life. The path does not teach that material objects are evil. The problem is not the object, The problem is the clinging. The problem is the mistaken belief that these things can be a source of lasting happiness or a stable identity. The practice of letting go is not necessarily about letting go of the object itself. It is about letting go of the fist of attachment in your mind. It is about learning to hold things lightly. It is the shift from attached ownership to appreciative, non-attached use. We can enjoy a beautiful piece of art without needing to own it. We can use a helpful tool with gratitude, knowing that one day it will wear out. We can live in a comfortable home, appreciating the shelter it provides, without fusing our identity to it. It is the inner posture of non-clinging that brings freedom, not the outer condition of poverty. A powerful story illustrates this distinction between an external action and an internal burden. Two Zen monks, one senior and one junior, were traveling together. They came to a river where the bridge had washed away. A beautiful young woman in fine clothes stood there, afraid to cross the muddy, churning water. Without a word, the senior monk, a man who had taken strict vows never to touch a woman, walked over to her, lifted her into his arms, carried her across the river, and gently set her down on the other side. He then bowed and continued on his journey. The junior monk was utterly appalled. He was speechless, with shock and indignation. For the next several hours, he walked behind his master in fuming silence. He replayed the scene over and over in his mind. How could he do that? It is a serious violation of our precepts. What a terrible example. His mind was a storm of judgment and righteousness. Finally, as they neared their destination, the junior monk could contain himself no longer. He burst out, "Master, I cannot believe what you did back there. How could you, a monk, pick up and carry a woman like that? It is a gross violation of everything we stand for." The senior monk stopped, looked at his young companion with deep compassion, and said softly, "I left that woman on the riverbank hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" This story perfectly illuminates the nature of our attachment to material things. Most of us are like the junior monk. We pick things up in our minds: a desire for a new phone, a resentment over a perceived slight, a craving for a particular food, and we carry them for hours, days, or even years. We are crushed by the weight of these mental burdens. The senior monk represents the liberated mind. He was able to interact with the world even in a way that seemed to break the ruler skillfully, compassionately, and appropriately for the situation. And then, crucially, he was able to let it go completely. His mind was free. Our practice of materialism is a practice of being the junior monk. All day, every day, we are carrying hundreds of beautiful women, shiny cars, and past grievances on our backs, and we wonder why we are so exhausted. To release materialism is to learn to be the senior monk. It is to cultivate the wisdom, to see that true wealth is not the accumulation of more and more pebbles in our pockets, but the lightness and freedom of having empty pockets. It is the peace of mind that cannot be bought, sold, or stolen. Using our mindfulness, we can begin to watch the grasping mind in action. When the desire for a new object arises, we can simply note it. Wanting. We can feel the pull, the thirst, without needing to act on it. We can ask ourselves, what is the real promise of this object? And can it truly deliver? What will be the true weight of this pebble? By creating this space for inquiry, we interrupt the automatic cycle of desire and consumption. We learn, with profound kindness and patience, to set down the pebbles we are already carrying and to stop picking up new ones. We begin to discover a deep contentment in simplicity, a rich and abiding peace that is our true nature, a wealth that has nothing to do with what we own and everything to do with the freedom of letting go. Having applied our tools of mindfulness and concentration to the external world of material possessions, we now turn that same focused and compassionate gaze inward to confront some of the most powerful and challenging forces in our inner landscape. We turn to face the storms of emotion. For many of us, strong emotions like anger and fear are the most terrifying and disruptive events in our lives. They are the sudden, violent squalls that churn the river of our mind into a chaotic, dangerous torrent, often leaving a wake of wreckage and regret. Our relationship with these powerful energies is typically one of fear and confusion. We either see them as enemies to be crushed and denied, or as irresistible forces that take us over completely. The Buddhist path offers a third way, a middle path of wisdom and skill that teaches us not how to eliminate the storms, but how to become masterful sailors on the waters of our own heart. The first and most radical step is to change our fundamental view of what an emotion is. We are taught to categorize our emotions into good ones, like joy and love, and bad ones, like anger, fear, and jealousy. We welcome the good ones and declare war on the bad ones. But this initial judgment is the first seed of our suffering. It is the second arrow we shoot into ourselves the moment a difficult emotion arises. A more skillful view is to see emotions not as good or bad, but simply as energy. They are like the weather of our inner world. A storm is not morally bad. It is simply a powerful, atmospheric event. In the same way, anger is a powerful, energetic event in the mind and body. Fear is a powerful, energetic event. They are natural, impersonal phenomena that arise due to causes and conditions. They are not you, and they are not your enemy. They are simply energy. And energy, if understood and channeled wisely, can be a source of great power and insight. Our usual, unskillful strategies for dealing with this energy fall into two camps, both of which are deeply flawed. The first is the strategy of suppression. When anger or fear arises, we do what we've been taught to do. We stuff it down, we clench our jaw, put on a brave face, and pretend it isn't there. We tell ourselves, I shouldn't be angry, or there's nothing to be afraid of. This is like trying to hold a large beach ball underwater. It requires an immense and constant expenditure of energy to keep it submerged, and it is a losing battle. The suppressed energy doesn't go away. It metastasizes. It turns into a cold, simmering resentment, a chronic, low-grade anxiety, a bitterness that poisons our relationships, or it can even manifest as physical illness, headaches, digestive issues, high blood pressure, and eventually, when we are tired or stressed, our grip weakens, and the beach ball erupts from the water with an explosive and uncontrollable force, often in a situation that has little to do with the original cause. Suppression is a pressure cooker with no release valve. The second failed strategy is the opposite, uncontrolled expression. This approach believes in letting it all out. When anger arises, we vent. We shout, we slam doors, we type furious emails. We lash out at the person we believe is the cause of our anger. This can feel momentarily satisfying, like a release of pressure. But it is like trying to put out a fire by pouring gasoline on it. Neuroscientifically, every time we act out an emotion, we strengthen the neural pathways associated with it. We are, quite literally, practicing being angry. We make it easier and more likely for anger to arise in the future. Furthermore, this strategy causes immense harm. We damage our relationships. We create an atmosphere of fear and distrust. and we sow the seeds of future suffering for ourselves and others through our harmful words and actions. It is a wildfire that may offer a moment of spectacular release, but leaves the entire forest of our life charred and barren. The middle path offered by this practice is one of brave and compassionate engagement. It is a third option that is neither suppression nor expression. It is a process of conscious, mindful containment and investigation. It begins the moment you feel the storm gathering. The first step is to simply acknowledge its presence, using the tool of mindfulness. Without judgment, you simply name what is present. Ah, this is anger, or fear is present in the mind right now. This simple act of naming creates a sliver of space. It shifts you from being completely identified with the emotion to being the one who is aware of the emotion. You are no longer the storm. You are the sky that holds the storm. The next and most crucial step is to move your attention out of the story in your head and into the physical reality of your body. The story, he wronged me, she insulted me. This is unfairies, the fuel that feeds the emotional fire. Instead of replaying the story, you ask a simple question. Where do I feel this emotion in my body? Right now, you drop your awareness inside yourself and scan. Is the anger a tightness in your chest, a burning heat in your face and neck, a clenching in your fists and jaw? Is the fear a hollow, cold feeling in your stomach, a frantic buzzing in your limbs, a constriction in your throat? By focusing on these raw physical sensations, you are disengaging from the narrative and connecting with the pure energy of the emotion itself. Now, having located the physical epicenter of the storm, you begin the practice of breathing with it. This is a technique of profound kindness. As you breathe in, you gently direct the breath towards the area of tightness or heat in your body. Imagine your breath as a soothing, spacious balm. As you breathe out, you imagine softening and releasing around the sensation, just by a small amount. You are not trying to breathe the feeling away. You are not trying to destroy it. You are doing something far more radical and healing. You are keeping it company. You are holding the raw energy of your own pain in a tender, compassionate embrace. You are letting the frightened, angry part of yourself know that it is safe to feel what it is feeling. You are being your own good friend in a moment of deep distress. You continue this, breath by breath. What you will find is that the energy, when met with this kind of spacious, non-judgmental awareness, begins to change. The tight knot begins to loosen. The burning heat begins to cool. The energy, having been acknowledged and allowed to be, naturally runs its course and dissipates. The great Thai meditation master, Ajahn Chah, told a story that beautifully illustrates this principle of wise relationship. One evening, while meditating in his small, rustic hut, he became aware that he was not alone. A large cobra had slithered in and was now coiled up just a few feet away. His mind immediately presented him with his options. The first was to find a stick and try to kill the cobra, or to chase it out. This is the path of aggression, of expression, but this was dangerous. The cobra could strike, and it violated his core vow of non-harming. The second option was to leap up and run out of the hut in terror, abandoning it to the snake. This is the path of aversion, of suppression. But then the cobra would own his home, and his fear would be in charge. He chose a third way. He remained seated. He acknowledged the reality of the situation. There is a cobra in this room. He acknowledged the fear in his own body, the pounding of his heart. He did not deny it, but he did not panic. He sat with a mind of stillness and respect, simply watching the cobra. He held the entire, dangerous situation in his calm, mindful awareness. He understood that the cobra, like him, just wanted to be safe and undisturbed. After a long time of this shared, silent stillness, the cobra, feeling no threat, slowly uncoiled and silently slithered back out into the jungle. Our strong emotions, our anger, our fear, our jealousy, the cobras in our hut. Our untrained instinct is to either try to kill them or to run away from them. The path of wisdom is to learn how to sit with them, to acknowledge their presence and their power with respect, but without panic, to hold them in the spacious, kind awareness of our mindfulness until they feel safe enough to uncoil and move on. Once the initial, raw energy of the emotion has subsided through this mindful, embodied practice, we can then engage our wisdom to look a little deeper. We can gently ask, what was that about? Anger, in particular, is often a secondary emotion. It is a hard, protective shell we create around a softer, more vulnerable feeling. Like a guard dog, it barks loudly to keep people away from a tender spot. We can ask our anger, what are you trying to protect? As you inquire gently, you will often find that beneath the anger lies unacknowledged hurt, deep sadness, or a profound sense of injustice. Very often, at the root of anger, you will find fear. The fear of not being respected, the fear of being abandoned, the fear of losing control, the fear of being seen as insignificant. By understanding this, we can stop reacting to the loud barking of the guard dog and start tending to the wounded part of ourselves that it is protecting. The emotion is no longer an enemy. It has become a wise messenger, a valuable guide pointing directly to the place that needs our love and compassion the most. Navigating the storms of our emotions is not about achieving a life free from turmoil. The weather of the heart will always be changeable. Rather, it is about developing an unshakable inner balance, a profound trust in our ability to handle whatever arises. It is the art of dropping the anchor of our mindfulness into the deep, calm ocean bed of our being, even while the surface waters are being thrashed by a hurricane. It is learning to respect the energy of the wind and the waves, and using them to learn, to grow, and to become a more courageous, resilient, and compassionate sailor on the great, wild, and beautiful river of our own life. Having learned to sit with the sudden hot storms of anger, we now turn our attention to one of the most pervasive and chilling weather patterns of the modern mind. If anger is a fiery thunderstorm, this next emotion is a cold, dense fog, a persistent and unnerving mist that can drain the color from our lives and leave us feeling perpetually on edge. We speak now of anxiety, more than just momentary fear in the face of real danger. Anxiety is a chronic state of unease, a free-floating apprehension that often has no specific cause. It is the eddy in the river. While the main current of life flows forward, a part of our mind gets snagged, breaking away from the present and spinning in a frantic, dizzying, and self-perpetuating whirlpool of worry. To find peace, we must learn how to skillfully navigate our way out of this exhausting eddy and rejoin the main flow of life. To do this, we must first understand the mechanism of the whirlpool itself. Anxiety, at its core, is a form of mental time travel. It is the act of the mind abandoning the present moment, which is the only place where life is actually happening, and projecting itself into an imagined future. And it is almost always a catastrophic future. The anxious mind is a masterful, though morbid, storyteller. It generates an endless stream of what-if scenarios. What if I fail the presentation? What if I get sick? What if they don't like me? What if I lose my job? What if something terrible happens to my loved ones? The mind creates these vivid, detailed fictions of future pain. And then, crucially, the body reacts to these fictions as if they were real present moment threats. The heart begins to pound. The breath becomes shallow and rapid. The muscles tense up. The stomach churns. We are literally being frightened by our own imagination. We are suffering from events that have not happened and may never happen. The river of our being is trying to flow in a future landscape that does not yet exist, an act that is both impossible and profoundly turbulent. The primary fuel for this storytelling engine is an intolerance of uncertainty. The anxious mind craves guarantees. It wants a signed contract from the universe, stating that everything will be okay, that there will be no pain, no loss, and no failure. But life, in its very essence, is uncertain. The river does not know what lies around the next bend. To demand certainty from an inherently uncertain universe is the very definition of friction, the very source of dukkha. Anxiety is the static created by the gap between our demand for a predictable future and the fluid, unpredictable reality of life itself. The whirlpool spins faster and faster as we try to mentally plan and control for every possible negative outcome, an exhausting and utterly futile task. So, what is the antidote? If anxiety is a form of time travel into a non-existent future, the cure must be a radical and intentional return to the one place where anxiety cannot survive, the present moment. When your awareness is fully embodied, fully grounded in the here and now, the what-if stories of the future lose their power. They are seen for what they are: mere thoughts, phantoms, without substance. The most direct and powerful tool for this return journey is the one we have been cultivating all along: mindfulness, specifically mindfulness of the body and the senses. In a moment of rising panic or overwhelming anxiety, your breath is your most immediate and faithful first aid. When the mind is spinning in the whirlpool, the simple act of turning your attention to the physical sensation of breathing is like throwing a rope from the riverbank. You don't have to believe in anything or achieve anything. You just have to feel. Feel the coolness of the air entering your nostrils. Feel the gentle expansion of your chest or your belly. Feel the warmth of the air as you exhale. By focusing on this tangible, physical reality, you are gently pulling your awareness out of the imaginary world of future catastrophe and anchoring it in the simple, undeniable truth of the present moment. This practice also has a direct physiological effect. Consciously slowing and deepening the breath helps to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural relaxation response, acting as a direct countermeasure to the fight or flight response triggered by anxiety. To amplify this grounding effect, we can engage all of our senses in a powerful practice of re-inhabiting the present. When you feel yourself being pulled into the whirlpool, gently but firmly guide your mind through this simple exercise. First, name 5 things you can see. Don't just list them, notice them. Notice the deep green of a plant in the corner. Notice the precise shape of a crack in the ceiling. Notice the way the light reflects off a glass of water. Second, name 4 things you can feel. Bring your attention to the actual, physical sensations of your body. The solid pressure of the chair supporting you. The feeling of your feet flat on the floor. The texture of the fabric of your sleeve against your skin. The warmth of your own hands. Third, name 3 things you can hear. Listen past the loud noise of your anxious thoughts. What else is there? The distant hum of traffic, the ticking of a clock, the sound of your own breathing. Fourth, name 2 things you can smell. Does the room have a scent? Can you smell the faint aroma of old books or the fresh scent of rain outside? And finally, name 1 thing you can taste. The lingering taste of your morning coffee, or simply the neutral, familiar taste of your own mouth. This exercise is not a distraction. it is a reorientation. It forcefully yanks your consciousness out of the abstract, terrifying realm of future-oriented thought and anchors it firmly in the undeniable, non-threatening reality of your immediate sensory world. It stops the spin. The wisdom of this approach is beautifully captured in the parable of the tightrope walker. A great acrobat was famous for his ability to walk a rope stretched between two towering cliffs. One day, his young apprentice asked him for the secret. "Master, how do you do it? How do you face that terrifying drop without letting fear overwhelm you and cause you to lose your balance?" The master replied, "My secret is very simple. When I am on the rope, my entire world becomes the rope. When my left foot is moving forward, my mind is completely with my left foot. I feel the rope beneath my soul. I feel the shift in my weight. When my right foot moves forward, my entire universe is the experience of my right foot. I do not allow my mind to linger on the cliff I have just left behind. I do not allow my mind to race ahead to the cliff I am trying to reach. And I certainly do not allow my mind to look down into the abyss of what might happen if I fall. My whole being, my whole life, is focused into this single, present step. Balance is found not by worrying about the future, but by being completely present with the now. Our lives are that tightrope, stretched across the great, unavoidable chasm of uncertainty. Anxiety is the experience of looking down. It is the suffering of a mind that has abandoned the vital importance of the present step to worry about a future that has not yet arrived. Peace, balance, and skill are found by bringing our entire awareness back to the step we are taking, the breath we are breathing, right here, right now. Ultimately, the deepest freedom from anxiety comes not from gaining absolute certainty about the future, which is impossible, but from learning to become comfortable with uncertainty itself. It is about cultivating a deep and abiding trust in our own capacity to meet life as it unfolds. We return, once more, to the wisdom of water. The river does not fret about the bend up ahead. It does not know if it will meet a gentle meadow, a field of jagged rocks, or a glorious waterfall. It doesn't need to know. It holds its nature in each moment, and it meets the rocks with flexibility, the meadow with grace, and the waterfall with a powerful surrender. To be like water is to release the rigid demand that life be predictable. It is to trust that by honing our inner resources, our mindfulness, our compassion, our wisdom, we will have what we need to navigate whatever comes. We stop trying to force life to give us a detailed map of the entire journey, and instead, we focus on becoming a truly skillful navigator, ready and able to read the currents of each new moment. Anxiety is the cry of a mind that has forgotten where it lives. By gently, patiently, and compassionately training ourselves to come home to the body, to the senses, to this very breath, we step out of the frantic eddy of worry. We find the profound stillness that was always there, waiting for us, right in the quiet, calm center of the whirlpool. We have explored the inner landscapes of our lives, learning to navigate the rapids of our desires, the storms of our anger, and the chilling whirlpools of our anxiety. We have cultivated tools of mindfulness and concentration to bring a measure of peace and clarity to our inner world. But what happens when the challenge is not just a fleeting emotion or a misguided desire? What happens when the river of life carves a path through a landscape of genuine, unavoidable, and painful adversity? What do we do when we are faced with a serious illness, the loss of a loved one, a devastating failure, or a profound injustice? Our instinct, our deepest conditioning, is to see these events as terrible mistakes. We see them as aberrations, as catastrophic interruptions to the life we were supposed to have. We believe the path to peace lies in finding a way around these obstacles. The wisdom of this path, however, offers a perspective that is profoundly different and infinitely more powerful. It teaches us that the obstacle is not in the way of the path. The obstacle is the path. This is perhaps one of the most transformative insights we can cultivate. Life's challenges are not a deviation from our spiritual curriculum. They are the curriculum itself. The moments of difficulty, the periods of pain, the times when we are brought to our knees are not punishments for having done something wrong. They are our greatest opportunities for growth. They are the resistance that is necessary for a muscle to build strength. They are the immense pressure that transforms a lump of carbon into a brilliant diamond. They are the grit in the oyster that stimulates the creation of a luminous pearl. We tend to believe that we will cultivate wisdom and compassion when things are easy, when we have time and space. But in reality, true strength and deep wisdom are forged only in the fire of adversity. Let us return to our core image of the river and the stone. Picture a newly broken piece of rock, perhaps fallen from a cliff. Its edges are sharp, jagged, and brittle. It is rough and unrefined. Now, picture a river stone, one that you might find on a beach, washed smooth by the water. It is beautifully rounded. Its colors are deep and rich, and it feels wonderful and solid in your hand. What is the difference between these two stones? The answer is adversity. The river stone has been subjected to years, perhaps centuries, of being tumbled and tossed by the current. It has been scraped against the riverbed, knocked against thousands of other rocks, and relentlessly abraded by the constant flow of water and silt. The very forces that would seem to be destroying it were, in fact, forging it. The current did not break the stone. It perfected it. It smoothed its sharp, dangerous edges. It removed its brittle outer layers to reveal the deep, resilient beauty within. The process of erosion was, in fact, a process of creation. On an even grander scale, this is the story of how a soft, yielding element like water carves the Grand Canyon out of hard, solid rock. The river overcomes the stone not through a single act of brute force, but through a persistent, patient, and unrelenting flow. It yields to the shape of the rock, yet it is never defeated by it. Over millennia, this gentle persistence creates something of breathtaking majesty and beauty. Your life and your character are being shaped by the same forces. Your challenges, your heartbreaks, your failures, they are the current that is polishing the stone of your being. They are the force that is carving the unique and beautiful canyon of your soul. To resist this process, to fight it, is to wish to remain a sharp, jagged, and unrefined rock. To embrace it is to collaborate with the forces of life in the creation of your own deep and resilient character. This profound shift in perspective is catalyzed by a simple but powerful change in the questions we ask ourselves when hardship strikes. Our default question, born of pain and confusion, is almost always, "Why is this happening to me?" It is a question that drips with a sense of victimhood. It positions us as the passive, unfortunate recipient of a cruel and random universe. This question has no useful answer. It only leads down a dark road of self-pity, resentment, and despair. The path of wisdom invites us to replace this dead-end question with one that is alive with possibility. Instead of, "Why me?" we learn to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" Or, "What quality is this situation asking me to cultivate?" Or, "How can I use this as an opportunity to practice?" This simple change in inquiry is revolutionary. It transforms us from a passive victim into an active student. We are no longer a target of life's arrows. We are an alchemist, seeking to transform the lead of our suffering into the gold of wisdom. Suddenly, every difficulty becomes a lesson. A chronically difficult person at work is no longer just a source of irritation. They become our teacher in the art of patience and compassion. A sudden financial loss is no longer just a catastrophe. It is a profound opportunity to examine our clinging to security and to cultivate inner resilience. A frightening medical diagnosis is no longer just a tragedy. It becomes a powerful invitation to appreciate the gift of life, to practice compassion for our own body, and to connect with all other beings who are also sick and suffering. We stop seeing life's challenges as problems and start seeing them as assignments from a wise and compassionate, if sometimes strict, teacher. A classic parable illustrates the nature of the strength we are trying to cultivate. By a riverbank stood a mighty oak tree, a symbol of strength and rigidity. It was immensely proud of its thick trunk and powerful branches, which it held firm against the wind. Next to it grew a patch of slender, humble reeds. The oak often mocked the reeds for their weakness, for how they bowed and swayed with even the slightest breeze. One year, a ferocious storm, a great hurricane, tore through the valley. The wind howled with a power that no living thing could withstand directly. When the storm finally passed, the landscape was devastated. The mighty oak tree, which had resisted the wind with all its strength, had been ripped from the earth. Its trunk snapped, its great branches shattered. It lay defeated, but the slender reeds, which had seemed so weak, were standing tall and unharmed. The secret of their survival was in their flexibility. They did not fight the wind. They yielded to it. They bowed down to its immense power, letting it pass over them without resistance. And when the storm was gone, they simply rose up again. The lesson is profound. True resilience is not the hardness of the oak, which is ultimately brittle. True resilience is the flexibility of the reed. It is the ability to yield, to adapt, to bend under immense pressure without breaking. It is the very nature of water, which never fights a rock with hardness, but yields to its shape, flows around it, and ultimately overcomes it. When adversity strikes, our instinct is to be the oak, to brace ourselves, to resist, to be strong in a rigid way. This path teaches us to be the reed, to acknowledge the power of the storm, to soften our resistance, and to find a deep, yielding strength that allows us to survive and even thrive. This does not mean we engage in a toxic positivity or deny the very real pain of our situation. The pain of loss, of illness, of failure is real, and it must be honored, felt, and held with great compassion. But even in the midst of the darkest night, the practice of gratitude can keep a small candle lit. Even when everything seems to be falling apart, we can train our minds to notice what is still holding together. The kindness of a friend, the warmth of a blanket, the simple, loyal fact of our own breath, still flowing in and out, the strength of our heart for continuing to beat. This practice is not about pretending the darkness isn't there. It is about refusing to let the darkness be the only thing we see. The challenges of our lives, then, are not mistakes in the script. They are the most pivotal and important scenes. They are the sacred fire that forges our character. They are the divine current that polishes the stone of our being into something beautiful and resilient. By consciously shifting our view from resistance to studentship, from rigidity to flexibility, And from despair to a courageous and open-hearted curiosity, we learn to meet the whole of our life with a new kind of grace. We become alchemists, capable of transforming the very things that seemed meant to destroy us into the sources of our deepest strength, our most profound wisdom, and our most unshakable peace. We learn to find our strength not in the avoidance of hardship, but in the art of flowing with it, through it, and ultimately, because of it. Thus far, our journey has been a largely internal one. We have been sitting on the bank of our own river, learning the nature of its currents, calming its muddy waters, and navigating its storms. We have focused on cultivating a profound peace within ourselves. But we do not exist in a vacuum. We are not solitary islands. Our lives are woven into a vast and intricate web of relationships with other soul partners, our families, our friends, our colleagues. It is in the crucible of these relationships that our practice is truly tested. A life of solitary peace is one thing, but can we maintain that peace, that clarity, and that compassion when our river converges with another? A relationship is this very convergence. Two distinct streams of life, each with its own history, its own currents of joy, and its own undercurrents of pain, meeting and merging. All too often, this convergence results in a chaotic, turbulent collision. The wisdom of this path, however, teaches us how to transform this meeting point from a source of conflict into a sacred space of mutual healing and profound connection. To understand how to build compassionate relationships, we must first diagnose the root cause of relational suffering. The primary source of friction, argument, and pain between people is the collision of two egos, the grinding together of two seemingly solid selves. Each enters the relationship with a suitcase full of unspoken demands, unhealed wounds, and firm expectations. We look to the other person to be the source of our happiness, to fill our sense of lack, to validate our identity, and to soothe our fears. We see them not as a sovereign being on their own journey, but as a character in our story, tasked with fulfilling a specific role. This is a transactional model of relationship. I will love you, and you will make me happy. I will be there for you, and you will meet my needs. When the other person, being a flawed and struggling human just like us, inevitably fails to live up to our projected script, we react with disappointment, resentment, and blame. Our love becomes conditional, and the relationship becomes a battlefield where two egos vie for control and validation. The path of wisdom invites us to abandon this transactional model and embrace one that is transformational, one that sees relationship not as a means to get our needs met, but as a powerful practice for cultivating wisdom and compassion. This practice begins with the cultivation of two fundamental skills, two gifts we can offer in any interaction. The first skill is deep listening. This is a form of listening that is radically different from how we normally engage in conversation. We are not listening in order to reply, to formulate our counter-argument, to fix the other person's problem, or to insert our own story. We are listening with only one intention: to offer our full, non-judgmental presence, so that the other person might feel seen, heard, and can suffer less. To practice deep listening, we first use our mindfulness to quiet the loud committee meeting in our own head. We notice our own internal commentary or judgments, our opinions, our desire to interrupt, and we simply let those thoughts be clouds in the sky, without needing to act on them. We listen with our whole body, turning towards the person, maintaining gentle eye contact, showing them that for this moment, they are the most important person in our universe. Most importantly, we listen for the feeling beneath the words. We try to hear the dukkha, the suffering that is being expressed, often unconsciously. When a partner complains angrily about a trivial matter, a deep listener might hear the exhaustion or the feeling of being unappreciated that lies beneath the anger. When a friend boasts about an achievement, a deep listener might hear the subtle insecurity and the need for validation that lies beneath the pride. By listening in this way, we offer a space of profound safety, the simple, rare, and precious gift of being fully heard without judgment can be one of the most healing experiences a person can have. It allows the other person to untangle their own thoughts and feelings, and it communicates a powerful message of love and acceptance. The second skill, the natural companion to deep listening, is loving speech. This is the practical application of right speech from the Eightfold Path, a way of using our words not as weapons to win battles, but as instruments to heal wounds. Loving speech is, first and foremost, truthful, but it understands that truth without kindness can be a form of violence. Therefore, it is the art of speaking the truth in a way that is most likely to be heard and least likely to cause harm. It requires us to be mindful of our timing. A necessary truth spoken in a moment of anger will only add fuel to the fire. Loving speech waits for a moment of calmness and receptivity. It also requires us to take responsibility for our own feelings. Instead of using accusatory you statements like, "You always do this," or "You made me feel angry," which put the other person on the defensive, loving speech uses I statements. When this happens, "I feel hurt," or "I am struggling with feelings of anger, and I would like to understand things better." This communicates our own suffering without attacking the other person's character, inviting collaboration instead of conflict. These two skills are powerfully brought together in a beautiful teaching from the Zen master, Thich Nhat Hanh, the practice of watering the seeds. He taught that our consciousness is like a garden. In this garden, there are all kinds of seeds. There are wholesome seeds, seeds of joy, kindness, understanding, forgiveness, and compassion. And there are unwholesome seeds, seeds of anger, jealousy, fear, arrogance, and discrimination. The same is true for every person we are in a relationship with. Their mind is also a garden containing all these seeds. Now, whichever seeds get watered are the ones that will sprout and grow. In our relationships, we are constantly making a choice about which seeds to water in ourselves and in the other person. When we criticize, when we nag, when we bring up past mistakes, when we focus on their flaws, we are consciously choosing to pour water on the seeds of anger, resentment, and insecurity in their garden. Naturally, these are the qualities that will grow, and the garden of the relationship will become choked with these painful weeds. Conversely, we can choose to be a gardener of virtue. We can make a conscious effort to notice and water the wholesome seeds in the other person. When they show an act of kindness, we can acknowledge it and express our gratitude. When they achieve something, we can share in their joy. When they are struggling, we can listen deeply, which waters their seed of trust. By consciously watering the seeds of the good in them, we help those beautiful qualities to grow stronger, and the entire landscape of the relationship becomes more beautiful and nourishing. This is not about ignoring problems or pretending everything is perfect. It is about creating such a rich and healthy soil of positivity, trust, and mutual appreciation that when a weed does appear, it can be gently pulled and discussed, with the shared understanding that both partners are committed to the health of the garden. The ultimate foundation for all of these practices is the ability to see the other person's own struggle, their own dukkha. When your partner or friend or family member acts out of a place of anger, insecurity, or fear, the practice is to look past the hurtful action and see the suffering that is motivating it. This is the fruit of understanding anatta, or no self. We see that they are not a solid, malicious entity. They are a flowing process of the five aggregates, a chariot that is being pulled by the powerful, often unconscious, forces of their own conditioning and their own thirst. Their angry words are the cry of their own inner pain. Their defensiveness is a shield for their own fear. Seeing this does not mean we condone or accept harmful behavior. We can still set clear boundaries, but it completely changes our inner response. It depersonalizes the conflict. It is no longer a personal attack on me from you. It is the unfortunate manifestation of suffering in another being who is, in their deepest nature, just like us. This perspective makes genuine compassion, karuna, not just possible, but inevitable. Compassionate relationships, then, are not something we magically find. They are something we consciously and skillfully build, moment by moment, conversation by conversation. They are a living practice. By turning the lens of our mindfulness outward, by offering the gifts of deep listening and loving speech, by consciously watering the seeds of good in others, and by always endeavoring to see the suffering that drives their actions, we can transform the nature of our human connections. We cease to be two jagged rocks grinding against each other. We become two rivers converging, not in a chaotic flood, but in a graceful confluence, each helping to deepen and clarify the other as we flow together towards the great, peaceful ocean of our shared human potential. As we learn to navigate our relationships with greater wisdom and compassion, we begin to notice a fundamental pattern in the world. We see that our kind words are often met with openness, while our harsh words are met with defensiveness. We see that our generous actions tend to create an atmosphere of trust, while our selfish actions breed suspicion. This is not a coincidence. It is the visible evidence of a deep and subtle law that governs the very fabric of our existence. Just as the physical world is governed by laws like gravity, the inner world of conscious experience is governed by its own natural law. This is the law of karma. Few concepts from Eastern philosophy have been as widely circulated and as profoundly misunderstood as karma. In the popular imagination, it is often viewed as a kind of cosmic justice system, a supernatural scoreboard in the sky, where a divine judge doles out rewards for good deeds and punishments for bad ones. Or it is mistaken for fate, a rigid, unchangeable destiny that was written for us long ago, which we are now forced to live out. The Buddhist understanding of karma is radically different from both of these ideas. It is far more subtle, more scientific, and ultimately, far more empowering. To understand karma is to understand the fundamental law of the river, the principle that governs every current and every ripple in the flow of our lives. Let us first be clear about what karma is not. Karma is not fate. It is not a predetermined script that robs you of your free will. In fact, it is the very opposite. It is the law that guarantees the power of your choices. Karma is also not a system of reward and punishment administered by an external being. There is no angry God punishing you for your mistakes. The process is entirely natural, impersonal, and impartial, much like the law of gravity. If you step off a cliff, gravity does not punish you for being foolish. You simply experience the natural, unavoidable consequences of your action. Karma operates with the same impersonal consistency. And finally, the workings of karma are not always simple, linear, or immediate. Planting a single seed of a good deed does not guarantee you will win the lottery tomorrow. The ripening of our actions is a complex process, like the growth of a mighty tree, influenced by countless other causes and conditions. So, what is karma? The Sanskrit word karma, or kama, in Pali, literally means action or deed. The law of karma is simply the law of cause and effect as it applies to our intentional actions. It states that every volitional action we perform creates a corresponding result. Actions motivated by wholesome states of mind, by kindness, generosity, and wisdom will naturally lead to wholesome results, to experiences of happiness and peace. Actions motivated by unwholesome states of mind, by greed, hatred, and delusion, will naturally lead to unwholesome results, to experiences of pain and suffering. Every action we take is like dropping a stone into the river of consciousness. It creates ripples. Some actions are like tiny pebbles, creating small ripples that fade quickly. Other actions are like massive boulders, creating powerful waves that travel far, bounce off the distant banks of time, and eventually return to us in ways we may not even recognize. With every thought, every word, and every deed, we are constantly creating these ripples, shaping the present and future texture of our lives. The most profound and crucial aspect of this teaching, however, is the Buddha's clarification of what constitutes a karmic action. He said, "It is intention, monks, that I call karma. For having intended, one then acts through body, speech, or mind." This is a revolutionary statement. The moral and karmic weight of an action is determined not primarily by the external act itself, but by the intention, or cetana, in Pali, that motivates it. This places the entire creative force of our lives directly within our own minds. Consider the difference. A person driving a car might accidentally hit a small animal that ran into the road. A second person might intentionally swerve to hit the same animal. The external act is the same, but the inner intention is worlds apart. The first act creates very little negative karma because the intention was not to harm. The second act, born of a cruel intention, plants a deeply unwholesome seed in the mind of the driver. Similarly, one person might donate to a charity primarily to enhance their public reputation and feel superior to others. Another person might donate the same amount, anonymously, moved by a genuine feeling of compassion. The outer deed is identical, but the inner seeds being planted are entirely different. One seed is rooted in ego and greed. The other is rooted in love. This teaching empowers us completely. It means that the most important work we can ever do is the purification and cultivation of our own heart and mind. Our intentions are the very seeds of our destiny. The process is best understood through the simple, earthy metaphor of a farmer planting seeds. The field is your life. Your hands, your voice, and your mind are your capacity for action. The seeds are your intentions. The farmer goes to their seed bag each day, and they have a choice. In the bag are all kinds of seeds. There are precious seeds of corn, which represent intentions of kindness. There are seeds of beautiful flowers, which are intentions of generosity. There are seeds of healing herbs, which are intentions of forgiveness. But also, in the bag, are seeds of sharp thorns, which are intentions of anger. And there are seeds of poisonous weeds, which are intentions of hatred and ill will. The law of agriculture, like the law of karma, is simple and impersonal. If the farmer plants a seed of corn, they will, in due time, harvest corn. They cannot plant a corn seed and hope to harvest thorns. If they plant the seed of a poisonous weed, they cannot expect to harvest a beautiful flower. The fruit is always in accordance with the seed. There is no need for a farm god to punish the farmer for planting weeds. The tangled, painful, and poisonous weeds themselves are the natural result of the farmer's own choice. Furthermore, the harvest is not immediate. After planting a seed, it requires time. It requires other conditions, like sun, rain, and fertile soil. In the same way, the results of our karmic actions take time to ripen. Some ripen in this life, some in the near future, some in the distant future. This complexity explains why we sometimes see cruel people seeming to prosper and kind people seeming to suffer. We are only seeing a small snapshot in time, witnessing the ripening of countless seeds from a vast and complicated past. The most hopeful and empowering part of this metaphor is this: the farmer is always, in this present moment, completely free to choose which seeds to plant now. Their field may be overgrown with thorns and weeds from past seasons of carelessness and anger. They cannot change the seeds they planted yesterday. But today, right now, they can begin the work of planting corn and flowers. They are not defined or condemned by their past harvest. They are defined by the choices they make and the seeds they plant in this very moment. This is why karma is the absolute opposite of a fatalistic destiny. It is the law of radical freedom and responsibility. Understanding this law transforms how we relate to the difficulties in our lives. When we are faced with a painful situation, instead of falling into the victim trap of "why me?" we can learn to see it differently. We can reflect, this difficulty is the ripening of some past unwholesome seed, planted either by myself or by others in the great interconnected web of life. This is not about blaming ourselves. It is about seeing the impersonal, cause and effect nature of reality, which frees us from helpless rage. More importantly, we see the golden opportunity within the present moment. This difficulty is a past fruit, but my response to it is a new seed. Do I respond with anger, resentment, and self-pity, thereby planting more seeds of thorns and weeds? Or do I respond with patience, forbearance, and a compassionate heart, thereby planting new seeds of flowers and healing herbs? The present moment becomes the sacred field where we actively participate in the creation of our own future happiness. The law of karma is not a mystical doctrine to be feared, but a liberating truth to be understood and lived. It reveals that the universe is not a cold, random, and meaningless place. It is a deeply responsive and ordered system. It assures us that our efforts matter, that our kindness is never wasted, that our intentions are the most powerful, creative force we possess. We are not helpless passengers on a river of fate. We are the creators of the current. Every kind thought, every patient word, every generous act is a beautiful, life-affirming seed planted in the garden of our existence. By understanding this profound and simple law, we take full responsibility for our lives, and in doing so, we claim our ultimate power to cultivate a future filled with goodness, peace, and boundless compassion. The chisel for shaping our destiny is, and always has been, right in our own hands. We have explored the law of karma, the principle of cause and effect that governs the flow of our lives. We have learned that our intentional actions are seeds that ripen into our future. Now, we must turn our attention to the very soil in which these seeds are planted, the fundamental context for all of life. We must investigate the nature of the riverbanks themselves, the ground upon which we stand. When we look deeply, with a clear and steady mind, we discover that this ground is not solid at all. It is constantly shifting, eroding, and reforming. This is the great, universal, and non-negotiable truth of impermanence, or anicca, along with dukkha, unsatisfactoriness, and anatta, no self. Anicca is one of the three fundamental marks of all existence. To understand it deeply is to unlock one of the most profound secrets to living with grace and peace. The teaching of impermanence is not merely the simple observation that things eventually end. It is not just that we are born and one day we will die, or that a relationship begins and one day will end. The truth of anicca is far more radical and immediate. It states that everything in the conditioned universe is in a state of constant, uninterrupted flux in every single moment. Nothing is static. The great mountain that appears to be the very symbol of permanence is, in reality, being relentlessly worn down by wind and water and pushed up by tectonic forces. The chair you are sitting on is slowly decaying at a molecular level. Our own bodies are a torrent of change, with millions of cells dying and being born in the time it takes to draw a single breath. Our minds are even more volatile. A thought arises, flickers for an instant, and is gone. A feeling of joy is replaced by a feeling of boredom, which is replaced by a feeling of irritation. The river of our experience never, for even a fraction of a second, stops flowing. You can never step into the same river twice, for both you and the river are ceaselessly changing. The vast majority of our human suffering arises from a single, tragic conflict, the collision between our deep-seated psychological craving for permanence and the universe's absolute law of impermanence. We are creatures who desperately want to build a solid, permanent home on ground. That is, by its very nature, a constantly shifting riverbank. We try to grasp and hold on to the pleasant. We try to violently push away the unpleasant, and we try to construct a solid, unchanging sense of self, all in defiance of the universal flow. This struggle against the unchangeable nature of reality is the very definition of futility, and it is the primary source of our anxiety, grief, and despair. Consider how this manifests. We experience a moment of sublime happiness, a perfect sunset, the intoxicating feeling of falling in love, the pride of a great achievement. Our immediate, instinctive reaction is to grasp it. We think, this is it. I want to feel like this forever. We take a picture. We try to recreate the experience. We cling to the memory. But this very act of clinging poisons the moment. It introduces a subtle fear of its ending, preventing us from relaxing into it and enjoying it for the fleeting, precious gift that it is. And when the moment inevitably passes, as it must, we are left with a sharp sense of loss, a grief for what is gone, and a craving for its return. We suffer not because the happy moment ended, but because we tried to make it permanent. Similarly, we resist painful experiences with all our might. When we feel physical pain, emotional hurt, or deep sadness, our reaction is aversion. I want this to stop. I can't stand this. This resistance, this mental pushing away, is the second arrow. It adds a thick layer of psychological suffering on top of the original, unavoidable pain. We are not just in pain, we are now at war with our own reality, an exhausting and painful battle that we can never win. We fail to see that the painful feeling, just like the pleasant one, is also an impermanent cloud passing through the sky of our awareness. Nowhere is this clinging to permanence more painful than in our relationship with loss. The story of a woman named Kisa Gotami illustrates this with heartbreaking clarity. Kisa Gotami was a young mother whose first and only child, an infant son, fell ill and died. Consumed by a grief so profound that it bordered on madness, she refused to accept his death. She picked up his small, lifeless body and wandered through her village, going from house to house, desperately begging for medicine that could bring him back. Some people mocked her, others pitied her, but no one could help. Finally, a wise man saw her immense suffering and directed her to the one person who might have a cure, the Buddha. She ran to the Buddha, laid her son at his feet, and pleaded for his help. The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion. He did not dismiss her or tell her that her wish was impossible. Instead, he said, "I can help you, but to make the medicine, I require a special ingredient. I need you to bring me a single mustard seed from a house in this village where no one has ever lost a child, a spouse, a parent, or a friend." Filled with a sudden surge of hope, Kisa Gautami began her quest. She went to the first house, and the people there were happy to give her a mustard seed. But when she asked if they had ever known death in their home, they looked at her sadly and said, "We have lost many. The living are few, but the dead are many." She went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was the same everywhere. Every single family, no matter how rich or poor, had been touched by loss. As she walked from door to door, a profound transformation began to take place within her. She began to see that her own private, unbearable agony was not, in fact, private at all. It was a universal truth. The pain she felt was the shared inheritance of all human beings. Her grief was not a unique curse that had befallen only her. It was the price of love in an impermanent world. The sharp, isolating edges of her personal suffering began to soften as she connected with the vast, shared ocean of human sorrow. She realized that the Buddha had sent her not on a quest for a magic seed, but on a journey to discover the nature of reality itself. Her personal tragedy had become a doorway to universal truth. She returned to the Buddha, no longer seeking a cure for her son, but seeking understanding for herself. And she became one of his devoted disciples. The Buddha's skillful compassion did not remove Kisa Gautami's pain, but it transformed her suffering into wisdom. This is the great gift of understanding anicca. When we see that everything changes, we stop taking it so personally. We realize we are not being punished. We are simply participating in the fundamental nature of the cosmos. And this realization is not just a grim resignation to fate. It is, in fact, profoundly liberating and hopeful. If everything is impermanent, then our suffering or sadness, our anxiety, our pain is also impermanent. No matter how dark the storm, the law of anicca guarantees that it will pass. No state is final. This is the promise of hope, the certainty that change for the better is always possible. When we are stuck in a difficult situation, the knowledge of impermanence is the light that assures us that this is not the end of the story. Furthermore, a deep appreciation of impermanence is the secret to a life of joy and gratitude. When you truly know that this very moment will never, ever come again, it becomes infinitely precious. You stop taking your life for granted. You listen more deeply to your loved ones, knowing that they will not be with you forever. You savor the taste of your food. You appreciate the beauty of a simple flower. You feel the warmth of the sun on your skin with a newfound poignancy. Impermanence is the dark velvet background upon which the diamond of the present moment is revealed in all its brilliance. It is the secret ingredient that makes life truly sweet. We do not need to take this truth on faith. We can observe anicca directly in our own meditation practice. As we sit, we can watch the breath and see how each inhalation is a birth and each exhalation is a death, a constant cycle of arising and passing away. We can feel the endless cascade of sensations in the body, an itch, a warmth, a coolness, a pressure, none of them lasting for more than a few moments. We can watch the circus of the mind, seeing thoughts and emotions appear from nowhere, dance on the stage for a moment, and then vanish just as quickly. Our own mind-body process is a living laboratory for verifying the truth of impermanence. Ultimately, Anicca is not a depressing philosophy. It is a call to awaken. It tells us that our suffering does not come from the fact that things change, but from our exhausting and futile war against the law of change. To make peace with impermanence is to align ourselves with the flow of life itself. It allows us to hold our joys with gratitude, not grasping. It allows us to meet our sorrows with resilience, not resistance. It allows us to forgive others and ourselves, knowing that we are all unfinished, evolving processes. By internalizing this profound truth, we can finally stop trying to build a fortress on the ever-changing riverbank and instead learn to build a raft, becoming skillful, courageous, and joyful navigators on the great, awesome, and ever-changing river of life. Our journey into the nature of reality has brought us to progressively deeper insights. We began by seeing the truth of impermanence, Anicca, realizing that everything in our world and within ourselves is in a constant state of flux. Building on this, we investigated the nature of the self and discovered the truth of anatta, seeing that there is no solid, separate, unchanging entity called me, but rather a dynamic, flowing process of mind and body. Now, we arrive at the third and perhaps most mind-altering insight, one that flows directly from the first two. If everything is constantly changing and nothing has a solid, independent self, then what does that say about the relationship between things? The inescapable conclusion is that nothing can exist in isolation. Everything is radically and profoundly interconnected. This is the teaching of non-duality, or as the Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh has beautifully termed it, the teaching of interbeing. Since birth, our primary mode of perception has been built upon a fundamental illusion, a deep and unquestioned duality. We experience ourselves as a subject, a separate I located somewhere behind our eyes, looking out at a world that is not me. There is me in here, and there is the vast, external universe out there. This subject-object split is the root of our deepest sense of loneliness and alienation. It makes us feel like a small, fragile fragment, a cosmic orphan in a universe that is foreign and indifferent to us. This perceived separation is what allows us to exploit the environment as if it were a mere collection of resources for our use. It is what allows us to harm other beings because we see them as fundamentally other, separate from our own sphere of being. The teaching of non-duality is a direct challenge to this fundamental misperception. It is not a philosophical argument to be won, but a reality to be directly perceived. A reality that can dissolve our deepest fears and awaken our boundless compassion. To understand this concept of interbeing, let us engage in a simple but profound contemplation. Look at a simple sheet of paper. We perceive it as a single, separate object. But let us look more deeply. Where did this paper come from? We know it came from a tree, but the tree cannot exist without things that are not the tree. The tree needs sunshine to power its photosynthesis. So the sun is in the paper. The tree needs rain to nourish its roots. So the clouds and the sky are in the paper. The tree needs soil and all its nutrients to grow. So the earth itself is in the paper. Now, look further. A logger was needed to cut down the tree. The logger needed parents to be born. The logger needed food to eat, which means a farmer, a field of wheat, and the rain and sun that grew the wheat are all, in a very real way, present in this sheet of paper. Then there was the person who drove the truck, the workers in the paper mill, the people who designed and built the factory machinery, the iron ore that was mined to create the steel for the machines, is in this paper. The electricity that powered the mill is in this paper. The thoughts and ideas of the inventor of the paper-making process are in this paper. If we were to remove any one of these non-paper elements, if we take away the sun, the cloud, the logger, the farmer, the sheet of paper could not exist. It is empty of a separate, independent self. Its entire existence is made possible only by the coming together of countless elements that we do not call paper. The paper is with the entire cosmos. Now, turn that same deep looking upon yourself. What you call me is also entirely composed of non-me elements. Your parents and all your ancestors are flowing in your DNA. The food you ate for breakfast, the sun, the earth, the rain, the pharmaceutics, literally becoming the cells of your body right now. The air you are breathing is a gift from the trees and the phytoplankton in the ocean. The language you speak, the ideas you have, the culture that shaped you, all of these came from outside of you. If you were to remove all these non-you elements, what would be left? Nothing. Just like the sheet of paper, you are empty of a separate self. You are with the entire universe. The dividing line between self and other, between you and the world, is a fiction created by a limited mode of perception. Another ancient and beautiful metaphor to illustrate this reality is that of Indra's net. This image comes from the Avatamsaka Sutra, a foundational Mahayana text. It describes the cosmos as a vast, infinite net that stretches out in all directions. At every single node where the threads of the net cross, there hangs a single, brilliant, multifaceted jewel. The miraculous nature of this net is that if you were to look deeply into the polished surface of any one jewel, you would see reflected in it every other jewel in the entire, infinite net. Not only that, but each reflection within that jewel also contains the reflection of all the other jewels, and so on, in an endless, holographic cascade of interreflection. Each jewel represents a single being, a single event, a single particle in the universe. Each jewel is distinct and has its own location, yet at the same time, it contains and is contained by the whole. The separation is an illusion of perspective. The reality is one of total, luminous interpenetration. This metaphor tells us that what happens to one jewel affects the entire net. To touch one jewel is to make the whole net shimmer. The well-being of the individual is utterly inseparable from the well-being of the whole. This is the very structure of reality. When this insight moves from being an intellectual concept to a felt, lived experience, it has profound and transformative consequences for our lives. Firstly, the painful illusion of loneliness begins to dissolve. The feeling of being a small, isolated fragment, a lonely drop of water in a vast and intimidating ocean, is revealed to be a mistake. We realize that we are not separate from the world, but a vital and inseparable expression of the world. We are not a stranger here. We belong to the universe, and the universe belongs to us. This is the feeling of coming home, a profound sense of at one meant that is the ultimate antidote to alienation. Secondly, compassion ceases to be a moral duty and becomes a spontaneous and logical response to seeing things as they are. If you and I are, if your existence is contained within mine, and my existence is contained within yours, then your suffering is not separate from my suffering. To cause you harm is, on a deep level, to cause harm to myself. To pollute the river is to poison the water that I will eventually drink. To cut down the forest is to damage the lungs of the world that I depend upon for my own breath. Ecological responsibility and social justice are no longer shoulds imposed from the outside. they become the natural expression of wisdom. It is the simple, self-evident wisdom of not wanting to injure your own body. The famous line, often attributed to the poet Rumi, captures this shift in identity perfectly. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. We are accustomed to the fear and vulnerability of being the single drop. The insight of non-duality flips this perspective completely. It reveals that the entire ocean, all of its power, all of its history, all of its depth and mysterious, holographically present within the constitution of each and every individual drop. We are not just a tiny part of the whole. We are a perfect reflection of the whole. This truth of interbeing is the ultimate flowering of the insights into impermanence and no self. It is because things are impermanent and have no solid, separate self that they must be, by definition, interconnected. Everything leans on everything else. Nothing stands on its own. To see this is to finally dissolve the artificial barrier our minds have erected between ourself and the world. We see that the river of our individual life is not, and never has been, separate from the great, unified ocean of being. To realize this is to find a peace that is boundless, for we are no longer defending a small, fragile territory. It is to find a compassion that is effortless, for we see our own face in the face of all others. We finally understand that we are not just a temporary visitor in the universe. We are the universe itself, waking up to and experiencing its own magnificent, interconnected, and indivisible reality. We have journeyed far into the inner landscape, progressively deepening our understanding of reality. We have witnessed the relentless flow of impermanence, anicca. We have deconstructed the illusion of the solid self, seeing the truth of anatta, and we have marveled at the profound web of connection that is interbeing. We now arrive at the very heart of this wisdom tradition, the central insight upon which all the others rest. It is a concept so profound that it can feel daunting, and a word so easily misunderstood that it has caused centuries of confusion. We arrive now at the teaching of emptiness, or in Sanskrit, shunyata. To approach this teaching, we must first set aside our preconceived notions. The word emptiness strikes our Western ears with a sense of nihilism and despair. It conjures images of a cold, meaningless void, a black hole where nothing matters. The Buddhist understanding of emptiness is the precise opposite of this. It is not a denial of life, but the ultimate affirmation of its vibrant, dynamic, and miraculous nature. It is the key that unlocks the deepest freedom imaginable. Let us begin by stating clearly what emptiness is not. It does not mean that nothing exists. It is not a declaration that you, this world, and this universe are a mere figment of imagination. When you stub your toe on a rock, the pain is very real. The teaching of emptiness does not deny this lived reality. The critical point is that emptiness is not a noun describing a place or a void. It is an adjective, a quality describing the nature of all phenomena. Things are empty, but empty of what? They are empty of any separate, independent, intrinsic, or permanent self-existence. This is the crucial phrase to remember. Empty of a separate self. This insight is simply the other side of the coin of interbeing and dependent origination. The logic is simple, direct, and inescapable, as we saw with the sheet of paper. Because all things arise in dependence upon other conditions, no single thing can be said to have its own inherent, standalone existence. The paper is made entirely of non-paper elements. Therefore, it is empty of a separate paper self. The same is true for everything. Your body is empty of a separate self because it depends on air, water, food, and your parents. A feeling is empty of a separate self because it depends on a sense organ, a sense object, and consciousness. Everything is empty of self-existence because everything is interconnected. Emptiness and interconnectedness are two ways of saying the exact same thing. Let us use the simple metaphor of a cup. We see a ceramic cup on a table, and our ordinary perception registers it as a single, self-contained object. But when we look with the eyes of wisdom, we see what it is truly made of. We see the clay, drawn from the earth. We see the water that was mixed with the clay to make it pliable. We see the fire in the kiln that made it hard and durable. We see the skill and intention of the potter who shaped it on a wheel. We see the generations of knowledge that led to the invention of the wheel and the kiln. We see the sun and rain that allowed the potter to live and thrive. The cup is entirely composed of non-cup elements. It is utterly dependent on the rest of the universe for its existence. It is, therefore, empty of any inherent, independent cupness. But there is an even more beautiful dimension to a cup's emptiness. What makes a cup useful? What allows it to fulfill its function as a cup? It is precisely its emptiness, the empty space within its walls. That empty space is what allows it to hold tea, or water, or wine. If the cup were a solid block of clay, it would be useless as a cup. Its function, its potential, its very cupness is defined by its emptiness. In this sense, emptiness is not a lack, but a boundless potential. It is the space that allows function and form to arise. This leads us to the most famous and profound distillation of this teaching, a single line from the ancient Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Let us unpack this koan-like statement. The first part, form is emptiness, is what we have just explored. Any form that we can perceive, whether it is a star, a tree, our own body, or even a fleeting thought, when we investigate it deeply, we discover that it has no solid, independent existence. It is a temporary coming together of conditions and is therefore empty of a separate self. This is the deconstructive side of the teaching. It dissolves our attachments to the solidity of things. The second part, emptiness, is form, is even more wondrous. It means that precisely because reality is empty of fixed, rigid, permanent, and independent essences, it is able to give rise to the infinite, vibrant, and ever-changing display of forms that we call life. Emptiness is not a static void. It is the dynamic, fertile, and creative ground of all being. It is the ultimate potential from which all possibilities can emerge. If reality were not empty, if things were solid, fixed, and permanent, then nothing could change, nothing could be born, nothing could grow, and nothing could die. Life would be impossible. Emptiness is the very condition that allows for the fluid, sacred dance of existence. Think of a movie screen. The screen itself must be empty or blank, white space in order for the moving images of the film to appear on it. If the screen already had a permanent, fixed image painted on it, no movie would be possible. The emptiness of the screen is the very potential that allows all the forms of the story, the heroes, the villains, the tragedies, the comediesto manifest. Reality is like this. Shunyata is the great empty screen of pure potential, and all of life is the luminous, ever-changing movie being projected upon it. Understanding this has a profoundly liberating effect on our minds. Our minds love to create solid concepts and then mistake them for reality. We create rigid categories of good and bad, right and wrong, success and failure, self and other. We then cling to these concepts, fight for them, and suffer when reality doesn't conform to our fixed ideas. The wisdom of emptiness allows us to see that all these concepts are just mental constructs, labels we have placed on a fluid, ungraspable reality. They are empty of any ultimate, inherent truth. This doesn't mean we can't use concepts like good and bad in a conventional way, but we hold them lightly. We understand they are tools, not absolute truths. This frees us from the prison of our own ideologies, from fanaticism, from the rigid need to always be right. It dissolves the bedrock of our prejudices and opens the mind to a new level of flexibility, humility, and open-hearted curiosity. Bringing this back to our river, we can now see that the very possibility of the river's flow is its emptiness. If water had a permanent, solid, inherent form, it would be a block of ice. It could not flow, it could not yield, it could not adapt. The river would not exist. The emptiness of the water, its lack of a fixed, intrinsic shapeis, the very quality that gives it its freedom and its power, our own consciousness. When we realize its fundamentally empty, open, and non-fixed nature gains this same fluidity, we stop identifying with the solid, suffering, and defensive rock of the ego, and we awaken to our true nature as the open, flowing, and boundless potential of the water itself. To see emptiness is not to see nothing. It is to see things as they truly are, miraculous, transient, and luminous displays of interconnected energy. It is to see the form of the wave while simultaneously understanding the reality of the water. It is to see the dance of the flame while understanding that it has no fixed existence apart from the fuel and the oxygen. To understand emptiness is to lose nothing but the chains of our rigid concepts, our fixed identity, and our fearful clinging. In their place, we gain the freedom to flow with life, the courage to embrace change, and the wisdom to see the sacred, ungraspable, and beautiful dance of form arising from and returning to the boundless, creative potential that is the very heart of reality. We have journeyed to the furthest reaches of philosophical inquiry, exploring the profound and sometimes daunting truths of no self, interconnectedness, and the vibrant emptiness that is the very ground of being. We have looked at the cosmos through the lens of Indra's net and seen the universe in a sheet of paper. These vast, expansive views are essential for loosening the grip of our limited and egoic worldview. But there is a danger that such profound ideas can remain as mere concepts, as beautiful but abstract theories that feel disconnected from the grit and texture of our daily lives. So now, we must come full circle. We must bring this entire, vast understanding home to the only place it can ever be truly realized, the only time it can ever be truly experienced. We must return to the simple, profound, and all-powerful gift of the present moment, for the now is the single, sacred portal through which all these truths can be directly known. Our ordinary mind is a master of time travel, but it is a deeply troubled and inefficient time traveler. It spends almost all of its energy shuttling between two realms that do not, in any real sense, exist: the past and the future. Let us first look at the past. The past is not a real place. You cannot go there. It exists only as a collection of memory traces, like ghostly photographs stored in the archive of your brain. It is a story we tell ourselves. Yet, we spend an incredible amount of our life energy living in this ghostly archive. We wander through the halls of regret, endlessly replaying our mistakes. We linger in the rooms of resentment, refeeling old wounds and nursing ancient grievances. We cling to the faded photographs of past glories, comparing their brightness to the perceived dullness of our present. This is a recipe for suffering. To live in the past is to be haunted by phantoms, to allow the dead weight of what has already happened to poison the vitality of the only moment that is actually alive. The great river of life has already flowed past that point. To mentally remain there is to choose to be stranded in a dry and dusty riverbed. Then there is the future. The future is an even greater illusion. It is a realm of pure imagination, a mental projection, a series of phantoms we create. It has absolutely no reality whatsoever, yet we treat it as if it were more real and more important than the present moment. We live in a state of constant rehearsal and anticipation. We are so focused on getting to the next moment, the next achievement, the next goal, that we completely miss the life that is unfolding right in front of us. And more often than not, our projections of the future are filled with fear. This is the realm of anxiety. We are tormented by phantoms of our own making, suffering from catastrophes that have not occurred and may never occur. To live in the future is to sacrifice the concrete reality of the now for a world of insubstantial fantasy. The river has not yet reached that destination. To try and live there is to be lost in a confusing and terrifying mist. The inescapable truth is this: the only time you have ever been alive is now. The present moment is the only reality you will ever experience. It is the razor's edge, where the past is shed and the future is born. It is the point of direct contact between your consciousness and the universe. All of your power, all of your freedom, all of your capacity to love, to act, to learn, and to experience joy is located exclusively in this moment. Peace is not found by resolving the past or securing the future. Peace is found by learning to fully inhabit the present. So why is this so difficult? Why does the mind resist the now so fiercely? It is because the ego, the sense of a separate, solid self, is largely constructed from the past memories, our conditioning, our story, and the future, our ambitions, our hopes, and our fears. The simple, spacious, and unadorned present moment is a threat to the ego. In pure presence, the egoic self, with its constant chatter and demands, tends to dissolve. The mind, addicted to the drama of past grievances and future anxieties, finds the simplicity of the now to be boring. Our addiction to thinking is, in essence, an addiction to not being here. There is a powerful Zen story that illustrates the profound wisdom of returning to the now, especially in the face of life's greatest difficulties. A person is walking through the mountains and is suddenly charged by a huge, ferocious tiger. Running for their life, they come to the edge of a sheer cliff. With no other choice, they grab onto a thick vine hanging from the cliff edge and swing themselves over the side. Just as the tiger snaps its jaws where they had been standing, clinging to the vine, they look down and see, to their horror, another hungry tiger pacing on the ground below, waiting for them to fall. Their situation seems hopeless, caught between the tiger of the past and the tiger of the future. As they hang there, contemplating their predicament, they notice that two small mice, one white and one black, have scurried out of a crevice and have begun to gnaw on the very vine to which they are clinging. The symbolism is stark and powerful. The tiger above is the past that is chasing user regrets, our traumas, our history. The tiger below is the future that we fear, our anxieties, our death, our unknown fate. The vine is our fragile lifeline, and the two mice, one white for the day and one black for the night are the relentless passage of time, steadily eating away at the moments of our life. This is the ultimate human condition, suspended between a past we cannot escape and a future we cannot control, with time constantly running out. In this moment of utter peril and hopelessness, the person looks to the side and sees, growing from the cliff face, a single, wild strawberry. It is plump, red, and perfectly ripe. Reaching out with their one free hand, they carefully pick the strawberry, put it in their mouth, and savor it completely. The story ends with a single reflection: how sweet it tasted. This is a radical teaching about where life is truly found, even when pursued by the past and threatened by the future. Even when our life is literally hanging by a thread, the present moment still offers a strawberry. It still offers a moment of potential sweetness, a flash of sensory reality, a taste of pure life that is independent of our terrifying predicament. The story does not say that eating the strawberry solved the person's problems. It did not make the tigers go away. What it did was anchor them in the only reality they had, allowing them to experience a moment of pure, unadulterated life in the very midst of their crisis. The practice of presence is the practice of finding and savoring the strawberry in our own lives, right now. So how do we do this? How do we find the strawberry? We do it by treating every mundane, everyday action as a gateway to the now, as a sacred practice. When you drink a cup of tea, you don't need to be drinking your worries along with it. Just drink the tea. Feel the warmth of the cup in your hands. See the steam rising from the surface. Smell its fragrant aroma. Taste it fully as it touches your tongue. In that moment, there is no past, no future, only the simple, profound reality of drinking tea. When you are walking, just walk. Instead of being lost in thought, bring your attention to the physical sensations. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. Feel the rhythm of your legs, the movement of the air on your skin. This is walking meditation. When you are washing the dishes, you can be resentful about the past meal or anxious about the next task, or you can be fully present. You can feel the sensation of the warm water on your hands. See the beautiful iridescence of the soap bubbles. Hear the satisfying clink of clean plates being stacked. Your entire life consists of these simple moments. They are not obstacles to be rushed through in order to get to some more important future moment. They are your life. The quality of your life is nothing more or less than the quality of attention you bring to the present moment. The profound truths of emptiness, no self, and interconnectedness are not destinations we arrive at in the future. They are realities to be tasted in the strawberry of the now. The present moment is the only portal we have. To be lost in the past is to live as a ghost. To be lost in the future is to live as a phantom. To be fully present is to finally, truly be alive. The great gift of this path is not the promise of a perfect, problem-free future. It is the infinitely more precious skill of learning how to fully inhabit the life you have right now. It is the art of noticing the strawberry, growing defiantly on the cliff, face of your own existence, and having the presence of mind to reach out, to taste it, and to realize that its sweetness is the only true and lasting nourishment you will ever find. We have arrived at a pivotal place on our journey. We have gathered the tools to find peace in the present moment, to navigate our inner storms, and to see through the illusions that cause our suffering. We have learned how to find the sweet strawberry on the cliff face of our lives. For many spiritual paths, this would be the destination, a state of personal peace, an individual liberation from the turmoil of the mind. And this is a profound and worthy achievement. But the great vehicle tradition of Buddhism, the Mahayana path, suggests that this is not the final destination, but merely a beautiful and necessary base camp. From this place of personal clarity, a new, vaster, and more compassionate vista opens up before us. Once our own river begins to run clear, we look around and see that we are part of a vast and interconnected watershed, and that countless other streams are still running thick with the mud of suffering. A deep, natural empathy arises, and we begin to realize that our own peace feels somehow incomplete as long as others are not also free. This is the moment when the path turns from a journey for the self to a journey for all. It is the dawning of what is known as bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is a Sanskrit term that lies at the very heart of this path, and it translates as the mind of awakening, or, more evocatively, the awakened heart. It is one of the most precious and powerful states of mind a human being can cultivate. Bodhicitta is a twofold aspiration. The first aspiration is the wish to attain full and perfect enlightenment, to completely awaken and free oneself from all suffering and its causes. The second aspiration, which gives the first its boundless power and meaning, is the wish to do so for the sole purpose of being able to liberate all other living beings from their suffering. The motivation completely shifts. The goal is no longer, may I be free from suffering. It becomes, may I achieve perfect freedom and wisdom so that I may have the boundless skill, compassion, and power to help every single being become free from suffering. This is a profound evolution from ordinary compassion. Ordinary compassion sees suffering and wishes it would end. Bodhicitta sees suffering, wishes it would end, and then makes a heroic and unwavering vow to dedicate one's entire existence, across lifetimes, if necessary, to bringing about that end. It is the ultimate alignment of our personal journey with a universal purpose. It is the recognition that my own liberation and the liberation of all others are not two separate things, but are inextricably intertwined. This radical shift in perspective is the natural, logical, and emotional culmination of the insights we have been exploring. The teachings of no-self, anatta, and interconnectedness, interbeing, are the rational foundation for bodhicitta. If there is, in an ultimate sense, no solid, separate me, and if all beings interrate, are as part of a single, indivisible web of life, then the very distinction between my happiness and your happiness becomes transparent and artificial. Harming you is harming myself. Helping you is helping myself. To seek liberation only for this temporary collection of aggregates called me, while ignoring the suffering of all the other interconnected aggregates, is seen as a subtle and profound form of selfishness. It is an attempt to wall off our own little section of the river and make it pure, while ignoring the pollution in the rest of the great watershed. Bodhicitta understands that the only way to truly purify the water is to work for the health of the entire river system. Furthermore, bodhicitta is the ultimate antidote to the last and most subtle trap of the ego on the spiritual path. It is very easy for the quest for enlightenment to become the ego's final and grandest project. The desire, I want to be enlightened, I want to be special, I want to attain a high spiritual state, can still be a form of grasping, a form of bhavatanha, the thirst for becoming. Bodhicitta shatters this last stronghold of the self by completely reorienting the goal. The focus is no longer on my attainment, but on my capacity to serve. The self becomes not the hero of the story, but the humble instrument of a universal compassion. This shift provides an inexhaustible source of energy and resilience for the path. When our motivation is only our own personal peace, it is easy to become discouraged. We might have a bad meditation session, get caught in a storm of anger, and think, "This is too hard. I give up." But when our motivation is bodhicitta, our perspective changes entirely. We see our own struggles as part of the training. We think, "I must learn to work with this anger, because if I cannot handle my own, how can I possibly help others with theirs? I must develop patience through this difficulty, so that I can have limitless patience for all beings." Our personal problems become our training ground for developing the qualities we will need to fulfill our great vow. Our journey is no longer fueled by the small, sputtering engine of personal ambition, but by the vast, nuclear reactor of a universal, compassionate purpose. The embodiment of this heroic ideal is the figure of the bodhisattva, the awakened being. A bodhisattva is one who has cultivated so much wisdom and merit that they stand at the very threshold of nirvana, ready to enter that final, unshakable peace. But then, looking back over their shoulder, they hear the cries of the suffering world. Moved by a compassion so immense that it is incomprehensible to an ordinary mind, they make a conscious choice. They turn back from the gates of their own final peace and vow to remain in the messy, difficult, and painful world of birth and death, again and again, until every last being, down to the last blade of grass, has been brought to enlightenment. The most beloved archetype of this ideal is the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, whose name means the one who hears the cries of the world. Avalokiteshvara is often depicted with 1,000 arms, and in the palm of each hand is an open eye. The 1,000 arms represent the boundless capacity for skillful, compassionate action, with each hand holding a different tool to help beings in their specific situations. The 1,000 eyes represent a panoramic, all-seeing wisdom that is aware of the suffering in every corner of the universe. This is not a deity to be worshipped in a passive way. This is a profound psychological and spiritual archetype of the potential that lies dormant in our own heart. To cultivate bodhicitta is to begin to grow our own 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes of wisdom and compassion. But how do we cultivate something so vast? We begin where we are, with simple, practical techniques. The primary method is the expansion of our love and goodwill through the practice of metta, or loving-kindness meditation. We begin, as we must, with ourselves, learning to offer ourselves the same kindness we would offer a dear friend. Then, we systematically extend that wish for well-being outward, to a loved one, then to a neutral person, then to a difficult person, and finally, we radiate it out to encompass all beings in all directions, without exception and without discrimination. This practice systematically dismantles the walls our ego has built between us and them, expanding our circle of care until it is boundless. Another powerful technique is to actively contemplate our interconnectedness. Before a meal, we can reflect on the hundreds of beings involved in bringing that food to our plate. The farmers, the truck drivers, the grocery store clerks, not to mention the sun, the rain, and the earth itself. This fosters a natural sense of gratitude and a feeling of responsibility. We see that we are not self-sufficient, but are constantly being supported by a vast web of life. Now we can see the full meaning of our river. If our personal spiritual journey is our river, bodhicitta is its ultimate, inexhaustible source. A river that is fed only by our personal desire for happiness may be lovely, but it can be small. It might even run dry during the inevitable droughts of doubt, laziness, or despair. But a river that is connected to the vast, underground aquifer of bodhicitta can never run dry. It taps into a source of motivation and meaning that is as large as the universe itself. This river becomes a mighty, life-giving force, a great torrent of compassion that not only finds its own way to the ocean of peace, but also irrigates, nourishes, and brings life to the entire landscape through which it passes. Bodhicitta is the radiant, beating heart of the great vehicle path. It is the marriage of profound wisdom and limitless compassion. It takes the cold, clear, and spacious insight of emptiness and fills it with the warmth and purpose of boundless love. It provides the final and most beautiful answer to the question, why should I seek enlightenment? The answer now becomes, I seek enlightenment not as a personal escape, but as a universal service, so that I may become a perfect and inexhaustible resource for the well-being of all. This supreme shift, from me to all of us, is the most liberating journey of all, transforming a private quest for peace into a heroic, joyful, and deeply meaningful collaboration with all of life. We have walked a long and demanding path together. We have committed to ethical conduct. We have undertaken the rigorous training of the mind through mindfulness and concentration, and we have cultivated the profound, world-altering insights of wisdom and compassion. We have engaged in the diligent work of carving the riverbed, shaping our thoughts, words, and deeds to create a clear and purposeful channel for our lives. This journey has, at times, required immense effort, patience, and resolve. But now, as we approach the farther shores of this practice, we encounter a beautiful and liberating paradox. The ultimate purpose of all this effort is to arrive at a state of profound effortlessness. The goal of all this doing is to perfect the art of non-doing. This is the wisdom of trusting the unseen current, the state of graceful, spontaneous, and effective action that is free from all inner struggle. In the ancient tradition of Taoism, this state is known as Wu Wei, while from a different philosophical stream, this term perfectly captures a quality that is the supreme fruition of the Buddhist path. Wu can be translated as not or non. Wei can be translated as action, striving, making, or effort. So, Wu Wei does not mean not doing anything or passivity. It means non-striving action, effortless action, or action that flows without internal resistance. It is the opposite of our usual mode of operation. We live our lives driven by the force of the ego, which is always striving. We try hard to succeed. We force ourselves to get things done. We make things happen through sheer willpower and exertion. This way of being is filled with tension, self-consciousness, and a feeling of swimming upstream. Wu Wei, in contrast, is the state of action that arises spontaneously when we are in deep, harmonious alignment with the present moment and the natural way of things. To understand this, imagine a novice learning to sail a boat on a great river. The novice, full of anxiety and a need to control, fights the river at every turn. They row frantically against a current they don't understand. They get their oars tangled. They get caught in eddies, spinning in circles. They try to impose their will directly upon the water, and in doing so, they exhaust themselves, make very little progress, and may even capsize the boat. This is our life when it is driven by the fearful, striving ego. Now, picture the master boatman. Having spent a lifetime on the river, they don't see it as an adversary. They see it as a powerful partner. They have a deep, intuitive, and embodied understanding of its currents, its depths, and its moods. They do not fight the current. They use it. With a small, subtle adjustment of the rudder here, a slight unfurling of the sail there, they harness the river's own energy to carry them swiftly and gracefully to their destination. To an outside observer, their actions seem minimal, almost magical. They are in such perfect harmony with the flow that their doing has become a kind of non-doing. This is the state of Wu Wei. It is not the result of laziness, but the fruit of immense practice that has ripened into intuitive, effortless mastery. It is crucial to understand that this state of non-striving is the polar opposite of passivity or indifference. Apathy is a state of dullness and aversion, a refusal to engage with life. It is like refusing to even get in the boat. Wu Wei is a state of supreme alertness, heightened sensitivity, and profound effectiveness. The master boatman is exquisitely aware of the wind, the water, and the destination. But their actions are so perfectly attuned to the reality of the moment that they are completely free from the internal friction of the egoic self that is always wondering, am I doing this right? What if I fail? The self-conscious doer has disappeared, and what remains is simply the seamless, flowing dance of action itself. A classic story from the Taoist sage Zhuangzi tells of a butcher named Ding, who was carving up an ox for a great lord. The lord watched, mesmerized, as Cook Ding worked. His knife seemed to dance. Every touch, every slice, every separation of flesh from bone was perfectly graceful and fluid. He moved with the rhythm of a sacred dance, and the ox fell apart with seemingly no effort at all. The lord was astounded and said, "This is incredible. How have you achieved such a sublime level of skill?" Cook Ding put down his knife and replied, "What I love is the way, which goes beyond mere skill. When I first began to cut up oxen, all I could see was the ox itself. It was a problem, a mass of flesh and bone. After 3 years, I no longer saw the whole ox. I only saw the divisions. But now, I see with my spirit, not with my eyes. My senses stop, and my spirit moves where it wants. I follow the natural grain. I glide through the big hollows. I guide the knife through the great openings, and I never touch a ligament or a tendon, let alone a major bone." He explained that his knife had not needed sharpening in 19 years, because instead of cutting and chopping, it simply found the empty spaces that were already there. He was not imposing his will upon the ox. He was yielding to its inherent nature. This is a perfect description of the fruition of our path. The years of diligent practice of mindfulness, of ethics, of concentration are, like Cook Ding's initial years of struggle. We are learning the anatomy of our own mind, the nature of reality. At first, it feels like hard work. We have to consciously remember to be mindful, to practice kindness, to let go of anger. We are seeing the whole ox of our conditioned self, and it seems like an intractable problem. But after years of practice, something begins to shift. We no longer have to try so hard. Right action, loving speech, and wise understanding begin to flow more naturally. We have developed an intuitive feel for the grain of reality. We see where to apply effort and where to yield. Like Cook Ding, we learn to move through life's challenges by finding the empty spaces, the path of least resistance, not through force, but through wisdom and sensitivity. The self-conscious, striving I who is practicing Buddhism begins to recede, and what emerges is a spontaneous, graceful expression of the Dharma itself. To arrive at this state requires the cultivation of a profound and radical trust. It is the willingness to let go of our ego's obsessive need to be in control of everything. The thinking mind, the part of us that plans and strategizes and worries, has to learn to step aside and trust the deeper wisdom that has been cultivated through our practice. It is trusting the body to know how to move. It is trusting the heart to know how to respond with compassion. It is trusting the deep, quiet mind, the mind that has been made clear and spacious through meditation, to navigate a complex situation more skillfully than the frantic, anxious ego ever could. This is what it means to trust the unseen current. We stop trying to frantically row our boat, and we learn to feel the deep, silent, powerful current of the Tao, the Dharma, the natural unfolding of reality that is always moving towards wholeness and balance. We realize that the river itself knows the way to the sea. Our job is not to force the river, but to align ourselves with its flow. This requires the ultimate surrender of the small self and its plans, and a complete faith in the wisdom of the great flow itself. This is not a blind faith, but a confident trust born from the direct experience that when we get out of our own way, life unfolds with a grace and intelligence that our egoic minds could never orchestrate. The long and sometimes arduous journey of spiritual practice, then, leads us to a place of profound rest, a dynamic stillness, where our actions become as natural and effortless as the clouds drifting across the sky. The self-conscious striver, the anxious meditator, the worried practitioner, all these identities dissolve, and what remains is simply a human being, moving through the world with ease, grace, and an unshakable peace. The boundary between the doer and the deed melts away. In carving the riverbed of our being with such care and diligence, we reach a point where we no longer need to consciously steer. We can finally ship our oars, lift our gaze, and trust the great, unseen current of life to carry us home. This is the final, beautiful expression of what it means to be like water. Our long river has journeyed through many landscapes. It has flowed through the dark canyons of suffering, navigated the sharp rocks of adversity, and learned to trust its own unseen current in a state of graceful, effortless action. We now arrive at the estuary, the place where the river, after its long and winding journey, finally prepares to meet its ultimate destination and its original source. We arrive at the great, boundless ocean. This is the final teaching of the path, the description of the ultimate freedom that has been the goal and the promise from the very beginning. This is the state known as nirvana. As with all the profound concepts on this path, we must begin by clearing away the thicket of misconceptions that surrounds this word. Nirvana is not a place. It is not a heavenly paradise you go to after you die, filled with eternal pleasures. Such a place, being dependent on conditions, would itself be impermanent and ultimately unsatisfactory. Nor is nirvana a state of annihilation, a blank, empty void where the self is snuffed out into nothingness. This is a nihilistic view that the Buddha explicitly rejected. The truth is far more subtle, more beautiful, and more real. Nirvana is not a destination you travel to. It is a reality you awaken to. It is the final, unshakable freedom that occurs when the mind is completely liberated from its delusions and attachments. The word itself, as we have learned, means to extinguish, and what is extinguished are the three fires that have caused all our suffering: the fire of greed and grasping, the fire of hatred and aversion, and the fire of ignorance and delusion. Nirvana is the cool, luminous, and profoundly peaceful state that is revealed when these fires have completely burned out for lack of fuel. The most powerful metaphor for understanding this transition is the one we have followed all along: the river meeting the ocean. Our individual life, our stream of consciousness, begins as a small trickle, carving its path through the landscape of our karma. It grows and gathers strength, shaped by the eightfold path, learning to flow with clarity and purpose. Its entire journey has been directed towards the sea. Now, imagine the moment of arrival. The river flows into the vast, open expanse of the ocean. In that moment, where does the river end and the ocean begin? The boundary dissolves. The separation disappears. The river does not die or get annihilated. It merges with and becomes indistinguishable from the boundless body of water from which it originally came as rain, and to which it was always destined to return. The small, individual drop of water, which for its entire journey was defined by its banks, the banks of the ego, the sense of being a separate me, finally realizes its true nature. It was never just a drop. It was always, in its essence, ocean. It was always made of the same water, the same fundamental substance as the whole. The feeling of being small, separate, and vulnerable, which was the source of all its striving and fear, vanishes completely in this homecoming. This is the state of nirvana. The ups and downs of life, the waves on the surface of the ocean, continue to rise and fall. The winds of change still blow, but the liberated being is no longer identified with the fleeting, fragile wave. Their identity has shifted to the vast, deep, and imperturbable body of the ocean itself. They feel the waves rise and fall, but they are not disturbed, for they know their true nature is the unfathomable depth that remains perfectly still, even in the midst of the most violent hurricane. This oceanic consciousness is characterized by qualities that seem almost superhuman from our ordinary perspective, yet they are the natural expression of a mind freed from delusion. The first quality is an unshakable peace. This is not the fragile happiness that depends on getting what we want or on conditions being pleasant. It is a peace that lies deeper than the duality of pleasure and pain. It is a profound equanimity that remains untouched by praise or blame, gain or loss, success or failure. It is the stillness of the ocean depths, a peace that cannot be disturbed by the weather on the surface. From this peace flows a boundless and spontaneous compassion. With the artificial barrier between self and other having completely dissolved, the distinction between my suffering and your suffering becomes meaningless. The joys and sorrows of other beings are experienced as intimately as one's own. Compassion is no longer a deliberate practice one has to cultivate. It becomes as natural and unstoppable as the radiation of light from the sun. The response to suffering is immediate, wise, and effortless, because there is no longer a self getting in the way, calculating what's in it for me. This state is also one of absolute fearlessness. All of our fears are rooted in the defense of a small, vulnerable, and separate self. We fear failure because it threatens our egoic identity. We fear loss because it diminishes our sense of self. And we fear death because we believe it is the annihilation of this precious me. But when you realize that your true nature is not the small, separate wave, but the entire timeless ocean of being, what is there left to fear? The concept of personal death becomes meaningless when you have awakened to a reality that was never born and can never die. Another powerful metaphor for understanding this unshakable nature of the liberated mind is the metaphor of space. Think of the space in the room where you are right now. Within this space, all manner of events can occur. There can be a beautiful symphony or a loud and angry argument. There can be a joyful celebration or a moment of deep grief. The space itself is never improved by the beautiful music, nor is it harmed or stained by the angry words. The space does not get sad or happy. It simply, unconditionally, allows all of these events to arise, to exist, and to pass away, while its own fundamental nature remains open, clear, and untouched. The liberated mind is like space. Thoughts, emotions, sensations, and world events, the entire pageant of life. Both beautiful and terrible flow through it, but the core of awareness remains pristine and undisturbed. It has realized a freedom that is beyond all vulnerability. It is crucial to understand this final, vital point. Nirvana is not a goal that we achieve or a new state that we create through our effort. It is a return to what we have always been. The entire path, with all its diligence and practice, has not been a process of building something new. It has been a process of demolition. It has been the systematic dismantling of the walls of ignorance. It has been the patient work of clearing away the clouds of greed and hatred that have obscured the ever-present blue sky of our true nature. It has been the quiet allowing of the mud of confusion to settle, revealing the crystal-clear water that was there from the very beginning. The journey is not one of becoming a Buddha. It is one of ceasing to be anything else. It is a journey of unlearning, of letting go, of remembering. The ocean of being, then, is both the ultimate destination and the ever-present source of the river of our lives. It is the final, joyful release from the exhausting, lifelong project of constructing and defending a separate self. It is the peace that, as the scriptures say, surpasses all understanding, because it does not depend on anything for its existence. It is the end of our desperate search for a home, because we awaken to the stunning realization that we have been home all along. To be like water is to make this final, complete return to our own oceanic nature. It is to joyfully dissolve the illusion of our separateness, to rest in the vast, silent, and luminous reality of what we have always been, and to begin a new life, not as a struggling individual, but as a boundless expression of wisdom and compassion, acting spontaneously for the benefit of all. This is the ultimate freedom. This is the final peace. And this is the true beginning. We began this journey together with the image of a great solitary rock bracing itself against the relentless, churning river of life. We recognized ourselves in that rock-in, its rigidity, its tension, and in the slow, weary erosion caused by its constant resistance. From that starting point of suffering, we have traveled far. We followed the river to its source, identifying the deep thirst that freezes our fluid nature into a solid state of ego and attachment. We were given a map, the Noble Eightfold Path, that showed us how to carve a new, more skillful channel for our lives. We took apart the very idea of the rock, seeing through the illusion of a solid self and a solid world, and discovering the profound, flowing truths of impermanence, interconnectedness, and the vibrant emptiness that is the ground of all being. And finally, we followed that river all the way to the sea, realizing that our true nature was never that of the separate, suffering rock, but of the vast, boundless, and peaceful ocean itself. If there is a single, core message to be taken from this entire journey, it is this: peace is not a destination you arrive at by manipulating the world around you. It is not found in a life free from problems, challenges, or pain, for such a life does not exist. The river will always have its currents. Peace is an inner quality, a profound shift in your relationship to the river itself. It is the art of meeting the totality of your life with a wise, compassionate, and flexible heart. The invitation, then, is simple and profound. Be like water. Be adaptable, yielding to the shape of the present moment without resistance. Be clear, allowing the mud of your confusion to settle so that you can see things as they truly are. Be resilient, possessing the soft, persistent strength that can, over time, wear away the hardest obstacles. Be flowing, letting go of the past, and not fretting about the future, content to be fully alive in the only moment there is. This may seem like a grand and distant goal, but the entire journey begins with a single, simple step. It does not require you to change your life overnight. It only asks that you begin to pay attention. So, the next time you feel the pressure of the world mounting, the next time you feel yourself hardening into a rock of anger, anxiety, or resentment, simply remember the possibility of flow. In that moment, take one conscious breath, and in the sacred pause that breath creates, you can make a choice. You can choose to soften, to yield, to allow the river of life to flow around you and through you without needing to fight it. Peace is not something you must go out and find. It is your most fundamental nature, waiting patiently beneath the turbulence of the untrained mind. The path is not about becoming someone new. It is simply about remembering who you have always been. And the power to begin that journey home, to taste the sweetness of your own being, lies within you right now.